Welcome into the opening round of the U.S. Women's Open at the Riviera Country Club. Been a long time coming to stage this great championship at this historic venue, and we're hoping to see a lot of this later today. That's the sun. Right now, it is a chilly Thursday morning in the Pacific Palisades, Southern California. Temperatures in the high 50s. I'm George Savaricas alongside Amanda Blumenhurst. Trip Eisenhower will be out following along with one of our feature groups, and here are the couple feature groups we have as part of the early wave. Minjeelee, past champion, playing with Lottiewoad and nasahataoka. They put the peg in the ground at 10:18 a.m. Eastern Time. Nellykorda, world number one, hyojookim, number 3, hannahgreen. All three of those players have won multiple times this year. They're a group behind them at 10:29 a.m. Eastern Time off the 10th tee, which is where we head right now. The famed 10-18 group ready to go.
Welcome from Australia, our 2022 U.S. Women's Open champion, Minjeelee.
4 years ago, she won at Pine Needles. Such an incredible putting week. Minjeelee, such an accomplished player in her career. 11 wins. 3 majors, including the KPMG Women's PGA Championship a year ago.
From England, please welcome lottiewoad.
And in the fairway, Lottiewoad, 2-time LPGA Tour winner, won the Kroger Queen City Championship. Will be fascinating, Amanda, as the week goes on to see if they move the tees up later in the day, if this is drivable when it's chilly in the morning. I think we're going to see a lot of players with 3 woods just playing positional golf.
Absolutely. It's also going to be very wind dependent as well. Right now it's so calm, but just a little too far to take it on.
Lottie watching it.
Please welcome nasahataoka.
And that just trickles into the bunker. Nasahataoka had a great start to the year. Bunch of top 10 finishes, but her last 3 starts went miscut, T47. Coming into this week, it was 5 years ago she lost in that playoff at Olympic Club to Yuka Sasso. But one of the better drivers on the LPGA Tour. And a fairway finder. Seeing how much roll these fairways already have early in this first round as our feature group is off the 10th. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association proudly present the 81st U.S. Women's Open, brought to you by Ally. And our feature group coverage is brought to you by American Express. For the better part of a century, Riviera has staged the giants of the game. George Thomas carved the course out of a canyon in the 1920s. Hogan made it his alley with the U.S. Open in 1948. It's hosted 2 PGA championships, a U.S. Amateur, been an annual stop on the PGA Tour. So much history as it's celebrating its 100th birthday this year. And now, for the first time, the women will add a chapter with the biggest major of the year. And for the first time, the U.S. Women's Open coming to the Riviera Country Club. Here's where things stand early innings. 4 players under par, including the amateur asterisk tally. Karis Davison, Mi-Hang Lee, Jasmine Sawanapura also at 1 under par. A couple other amateurs at even, and defending champ Maya Stark over on the front side, part of the first, so she is at even. Just getting things going. Actually, she just teed off the 10th. She is the group ahead. So some facts and figures for the 81st playing of the U.S. Women's Open. Nearly 2,000 entries, 1,897 total. 11 former champions in the field. 4 former U.S. Women's Amateur champions are part of the competition. 41 first-timers. Youngest competitor is 15 years old. The oldest, 51. A couple sets of sisters. The EY sisters, who both won on the LPGA Tour last year, and the Romero sisters, defending champion, like I mentioned, just Maya Stark. First time Riviera Country Club hosting this championship. Second time it is held in Southern California. Get this, the first time since 1964. That was at San Diego Country Club in the 4th USGA Championship. All time to be held at Riviera. So that's where the whole location is, back left of this green. And this is one of the toughest greens. Barely has a sliver in that back right corner that they're going to have to navigate. Will be a wedge in for Minjee.
This is part of her game that is just so good. It's tapered off a little bit this year, but just day in and day out, if there's someone hitting a wedge shot, I'd put my money on Minjeelee.
In a mixed bag for Minjee so far this season. 5 starts, couple missed cuts, couple top 10s. What will we get out of the past U.S. Women's Open champ this week? And flag hunting out of the gates. Spins it back to about 10 feet.
She made me look good. I say all those wedge shots are so good. And she had food poisoning where she had to withdraw. So we haven't, on her last event, so we haven't seen her really play that much coming in to the Women's U.S. Open.
Great camel work behind Nasahataoka. How narrow the width of the green is in that back section. Her second. It's a friendly hop back there.
Yeah, that's where you just kind of pretend that you decided that's exactly how you wanted to play it and grab that putter.
That's where the ball, lottiewoad, ended up.
As a player, that was one of the most frustrating. If you're going to lay up, you just have to lay up. You have to make sure, take a little bit less. We saw how much run through the fairways. If there are players watching our coverage right now, this is a great learning moment. The fairways are really running out.
Such an uncomfortable shot to play to your opening hole. Her approach, call it 60 yards or so from the bunker. Woad making her 3rd career start in the U.S. Women's Open. It airmails it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying. It's so uncomfortable. I remember asking, okay, how should I work on this shot with my coach? He goes, don't put yourself in that position.
She's going to have to lean on her short game to get up and down for par. Nellykorda, remember, was runner-up a year ago, trying to win the U.S. Women's Open for the first time in her career. We're going to see her next. Watch this. Lottiewoad's 3rd out of the bunker.
She really opened up that club face and it's not like a pancake to really create some nice spin and loft on it. That was absolutely perfect.
How pure was that? Miscue off the tee won't cost lottiewoad anything. It has been such a dominant start to the season for Nellykorda. On the LPGA Tour, has finished 1st or 2nd every start except for her most recent one. Her worst finish of the year was a T8. So our group ready to go. Here's Nellykorda.
It's really hard to pick a different favorite for the Women's U.S. Open when just looking at how she's playing and just the dominance, the momentum she's on, the headspace she's in, playing so confident, swing is so good.
Next up, Hyojookim, who won back-to-back starts back in March.
the 2 times that Nelly finished second, it was to Hyojookim.
Nelly joking after those losses. All right, I'm done playing with her. I've had enough of Hyojookim, who's now up to 9 wins in her career. Her lone major coming at the 2014 Evian
From
Championship.
Australia, please welcome Hannahgreen.
Just rolls through into the left rough. Been an incredible start to the year for Hannahgreen. Those couple wins on the LPGA Tour and those 2 ladies European Tour wins, both happening back in Australia. All 4 worldwide wins coming by April. Also winds up in that left rough. That settles down a bit. Couple cracks at birdie up on the green, Nasahataoka.
Nasa this year, it's kind of the putting that's been holding her back. It's the area in her game that's negative in strokes gained is putting.
Outside the top 130 in putting so far this season for Nasahataoka. As we're going to take a look at this flyover of the 10th, brought to you by American Express. What do we have here, Amanda?
Oh, what a beautiful, kind of fun, very strategic hole. They're playing the tees back, so 307 yards. Players are going to be playing less than driver to lay up from those bunkers to a very narrow green, protected by bunkers, short and long. You can see the green feeds down from the right to left. So pin placement is going to be so important. Really tricky short shots coming in. Wedge play is going to be really important to place in that right spot. And here is Minjeelee, that long broomstick putter that she switched to and has had a lot of success with.
Also over Reddit. Unable to pay off the nice wedge shot. 2-putt par for Minjeelee. And now Lottiewoad for the sand save. Three pars on the 10th. They'll head over to the 11th.
That's when you're happy as a player. They don't have pictures on the scorecard. It's like, yeah, I just made par. Move on to the next hole.
Let's say hi for the first time to Tripp Eisenhower. Will be walking with nellykorda and company. Tripp, going to be a fun watch to see Nelly, who is taking her game to levels that we saw a couple of years ago in 2024.
Absolutely, and I can tell you, George and Amanda, she had a beautiful warm-up session. Was absolutely on go there on the range, and she's just in. Amanda said it. She's just in a really good headspace, and finally allowing all the talents. Because when she plays just average, she's still better than everyone else. And when she's on point like she is now, we're seeing it having great results this year.
Let's hop up to the 11th. Minjeelee on the tee. 583-yard par 5.
Go, Minjie.
Yeah, this will be a 3-shot hole for the players, and it's really narrow off the tee, and she just striped it down the middle.
Drop back to the 10th. Tripp, what's it going to be like playing out of this rough this week?
Well, it's hit and miss. Some areas this kikuyu can get really thick, but all the ladies I was talking to early in the week were talking about just this thick bladed grass. And she's got one that's looks pretty good, but I think this grass could catch it if she, it can turn the club just a little bit. 108's her number. Good news is she's shooting straight up the angle of the green that you want to be on. This has got to go.
Okay. Finds the green. Bouncing back to 11. Lottiewoad's turn.
Yeah.
She seems to be so comfortable with her game right now. Similar line for Hyojookim back on 10.
Yeah, but the ball well above her feet. Hannah did not have that issue, but this lie is so much better than Hannah's. 95 is her number, all the way to the flag. Would have landed about, I'd say 85. Maybe a little left. Oh boy, that could get in the bunker. Very fortunate.
I don't know if that's staying up late in the day.
Yeah, I think that she might even looking like kind of like tripped to have it bounce over, but got kind of lucky that it grabbed.
77 yards for Nelly. This is exactly where she played from in the practice round yesterday. This might need to get down a little bit.
Uh-oh. Unforced error by Korda.
And we saw that earlier before coverage came on with some of the players going long. I think they're expecting it to be colder, so the ball isn't going to fly quite as far.
Nasahataoka. Last one up off 11. Drifting right, and that'll miss the fairway. Today's U.S. Women's Open feature group is brought to you by American Express, proud partner of the USGA. Back to the 10th.
Boy, that was really an unforced error there, guys. That one was a green light situation all the way. Now she's got her hands full. The good news is she's hitting back up into the slope of the green. Did see her play a number of shots from this bunker yesterday. Not quite this far back, but statistically another one of the categories she's very good in. Very good in scrambling and out of the bunkers.
Yeah, she's second on tour in sand saves. And that was a little bit trickier of a lie than we saw from Lottie. Ball a little bit below the feet. But she just executed that so well. You see how she really has that club face open, feet well to the left. Kind of create a little bit more loft. Also played the break really well, having it trickle down left to right.
We'll have one of those tester par putts. See if she can ease into a round off the 10th. Tripp, how about the year so far for Hannah-Green winning her home country's Open, then carrying that momentum over on the LPGA Tour as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it just gives you so much confidence. She's always had just a really solid all-around game, and it just hadn't manifested itself into the kind of prolific winner that she could be. And already this year, multiple-time winner. It's got to give her a lot of confidence coming into this championship, and especially on a golf course this difficult. Breaking to her left the entire way.
Hannah has to she's definitely one of the favorites here, not just with how she's played so far this year, which has been so dominant, but she has so much success in the LA area for having won 3 JM LA Eagle events and in the LA area, Wilshire, for 2 of those years. She just loves this type of golf course, type of grass.
Lottiewoad second. Can't get there in 2. She's going to push it down there as far as she can. set herself up for a short wedge, and that's a mistake in the rough. Hyojookim just off the green on 10.
A really straight putt. Jumped dead left out of that fringe.
Tap in par. Par putt for Nelly, and Tripp thought it was interesting. Nelly took 2 weeks off before the U.S. Women's Open to prep for this week at Riviera.
Yeah, I think it's, that's a personal preference. A lot of players, what they want to do leading into majors, and by now at this point in her career, I think she's got it figured out. But this is the part of her game that is vastly different than it was last year. I mean, on the green, she is really having a nice season, gaining strokes. It's about 5 feet here for her par.
Just having that putt go in for par, whether it's a par or a birdie, just seeing that first one, there's something just mentally just kind of, all right, I got this, and sets up for the rest of the round.
Let's go tee to green on the par 5 11th. Our flyovers are brought to you by American Express.
Very narrow, just shoot off of the tee and very straightforward. Sometimes that can be one of the most challenging tee shots in golf, just the straight shot. Players will playing this a 3-shot hole for sure, just positioning on their second shot on how they want to approach this small green. They're going to want a certain number of wedge in, because it can prove to be a tricky chip shot if this green is missed. You want to set yourself up for a birdie.
Yeah, this is definitely a 3-shot hole, Amanda. No question about it. This is actually the tee that they play in the Genesis. So, and if they did move the tee up, it would bring too much into play with that cross barranca down there. Yeah, this one just fine.
Nice rip by Nelly. Hyojookim second in driving accuracy this season, 83.53% of fairways.
That's remarkable. So you're saying you like her chances here, George?
Pretty good chance.
Yeah, well, if there's a center line, this is on it.
Especially after her surprising fairway miss on 10, but finds it on 11.
Really no wind to speak of out here right now at all. Kind of overcast. It usually burns off around 10 o'clock. At least it has the last couple of days. This is another one down the left side. Might catch the rough.
Got caught up in the rough. We'll head down the fairway. Third shot for Nasahataoka.
When I think of Nasa, she's just one of those players, I would say, on the LPGA Tour, that's the most successful without a major win. You kind of think, how has she not won a U.S. Open yet? Beautiful third shot.
That was just a moment ago. Lottiewoad out of the rough.
That looks pretty forgiving, pretty thin in that area. You know, this Kikuya can be a little bit gnarly on how the ball flies out, but that looks like a nice lie stance.
Heading up the left side. Winds up just short.
I think that just grabbed it. Kind of where the club face can be taken.
6 players tied for the lead, including The defending champion from Sweden, Maja Stark, 1 under through 2. Lottiewoad pacing around, trying to figure out what this birdie putt's going to do from just a pace off the 11th at the par 5. Lottie finished top 10 at the Chevron Championship.
Looks like maybe aiming a little bit out to the left, a little knob through the middle portion of the green. The fringe really shouldn't bother the putt too much because she's going to have to take a pretty big swing.
Read it nearly perfectly. Wasn't quite high enough.
Yeah, that's a really good, just comfortable layup putt as well. An easy little tap in. What's so interesting from Lottie is she had one of her worst tournaments ever at the Mizuho Americas. I mean, almost finished dead last. And then goes out the next week and wins. That just really shows kind of the player she is as well. Be able to just forget about the last tournament, brush it off, and then go and play amazing.
How important is it to have that short-term amnesia?
Oh, it was nellykorda who actually said she has to have goldfish mentality, where you just only a 2-second memory and then you have to just move on. It is really important because it's really easy to kind of panic and think, okay, now where did my game go? Instead of like, hey, I'm a great player.
Minjeelee, another birdie look from about 10 feet or so.
Maybe a little bit to the left. You can see how the hole is cut. It's going to break.
Didn't have enough pace. Will be back-to-back pars for Minjeelee. Slide back to the fairway. Korda's second.
A 285 to the front. Oh, that's out to the right.
Loose with that one. Up to the green, Nasahataoka in there tight.
And we saw how this breaks a little bit to the right. You don't want to play this, just left edge, maybe left center based on pace.
Hataoka cashes in. One under. As he's going to share the lead at the U.S. Women's Open. Early days, though, 5 players are tied, and you can add Nasahataoka into the mix. Yikes. This is going to be the third for Hyojookim trip.
Yeah, yikes, exactly. This was a horrible layup. This was like a low hook. Lie is not good. Big clump behind it. 156 is the number. Yeah, this is turned over left. But all in all, a lot of good contact. But that sat down in the Kikuya. That's going to be a tough third.
So she'll be scrambling to get up and down to save par at the par 5.
.131 for green. Just a great look at it here with that hole cut in the back. It's a little right, but not bad.
Now that little ridge on the green, she played really well. It's kind of trying to get even closer to the pin.
The quarter 79. This is a good lie, not a bad lie at all, and really helped. This would be tough if the hole were in the front. So this should hit and release a little bit, and that's what she's playing for.
Oh, it does. What a shot by nellykorda.
Played that release out of the rough really well, too.
How's this going to play for Hyojookim's 4th trip?
Well, it's just a guesswork how it's going to come out of this Kikuya. You got to go down after it. I mean, it looks like somebody kind of stepped on this ball, but it hopped up once and then sat right down. And this Kikuya does not have to be high to be penal. Just total guesswork. The players have been practicing this, though. You got to kind of play it like blast it a little bit like a bunker shot. And there's the problem. It comes out dead.
And that's so different from other grasses. A lot of times, like that really thick bent that you see in a lot of the Women's U.S. Opens will have so much rollout.
Up to the 12th, 408-yard par 4 today. Hataoka.
Come on.
Pretty T-ball. And here's Minjeelee. She has such a consistent move through the ball, just gets by the tee shot of Hataoka.
It's so true. It's kind of surprising that she's 121st in driving accuracy. When you look at Minjee's swing, you just think, how does she miss a fairway?
Well, Lottiewoad has seen the template. Can we get all 3 tee shots in the fairway? Uses that pitch on the right side of the fairway to hold it. Back 1 to 11, the par putt for Hyojookim.
The putt that'll go to the left at the end should start turning there. It never did. Wow. That's the line she had to hit it on, I thought.
The mistake with the second, her undoing a disappointing bogey on the par 5. Conversely, it'll be a birdie putt for hannahgreen.
Yeah, this one's got a little bit more break than Nelly's. It's one you got to get outside the hole. It will be falling left the whole way, and it is downhill. There's a little slope here in this green, and she's putting down. So really important to match line and speed here. But I think the way she's been handling this club this year should have a good look.
Buries it. Hannahgreen to 1 under par.
It's pretty good. When you're 5th on tour in greens and regulation and then 8th in putts per green and regulation, you're going to have a pretty good season when both the iron play and putter are on fire.
Can Nelly match her?
I think there's a pretty good chance. You know, she only needs Amanda to putt just better than average with everything else in her game that she has. And she's done that clearly this year. If she just gains strokes at all during a round, she's going to be right there with a chance. This is a right edge putt, pretty simple.
Curls that one in.
Yeah, she read that really well because I was thinking it might break a little bit to the right, but that just hung in there.
At the sand save on 10 and then makes birdie on 11. To the 12th fairway. Can barely see that hole location clinging to the right side of the green. Hataoka.
From her angle that she's going to take a little bit more of a conservative play, playing it out to the left, but that just made it a little heavy.
Wasn't a clean strike for Hataoka as she misses the green. we have Lottiewoad, who's top 20 in iron play this season on the LPGA Tour.
When we got to watch her play collegiately at FSU, her iron play was always so impressive. Not quite the shot she was looking for. I think it was feeding farther to the left, away from the pin.
Good angle for Minjeelee. Smart play. Tough hole location to get at. Nelly with the honor. Tripp, set us up here on 12.
Well, 12 just one of the most demanding tee shots on the property. If you hit it right, you're blocked out by these huge trees on the right. So it forces your hand to the left side of this fairway, and that, out of play is not very far left of this fairway. I always found this tee shot as a player very intimidating. Slightly to the right, but should be just, that's going to be blocked out by those trees to that back right hole location. That's the problem with this tee shot.
Well, and this hole played the toughest, the Genesis Open, this year as well. Just so narrow, like you're saying, Tripp.
Hannahgreen with that win at the Aussie Women's Open. Tripp. She was the first Australian to win it since Kari Webb said winning it was like winning a major championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's so special to win your home country, like Rory winning it at the Irish Open last year. It just, that feeling has got to just be tremendous. And there's the angle that you want to take, that left side to every hole location you can get at from there.
Keep it here for Hyojookim, trying to shake off the bogey. Tripp, how important do you think venues like this are as part of the rotation for the U.S. Women's Open?
They are essential. I mean, the cathedrals of the game, going back here for these ladies to see, especially this place for the first time. But, George, you look at the list of places they're playing in the coming future. I mean, Oakmont, they're going to Pinehurst again, LACC. I mean, these places are so special, and to have the best women on the planet playing it is really great to see.
Well, you can even see in the entries to qualify for the Women's U.S. Open, the highest, the most amount was when it was at Pebble Beach. And then this is the third largest entry. And I know it's also because of venues. A lot of players want to play these golf courses.
Steep bunker for Nasahataoka to navigate.
It was really well done. Almost goes in. It was a blind shot with how high that lip was, but she just had to trust it. Played it really well.
These two on the short list of favorites coming into this week, and they're off to quick starts. Hannahgreen already at 1 under par. Same story for world number 1 nellykorda, but a loose tee shot on 12. She'll be playing her second from the rough. Green side on 12, Minjeelee. Birdie try on the way. Runs out of gas.
It's so easy to do when you know these greens are fast and they're going to keep speeding up throughout the day, to just be a little tentative, not wanting to blow it past and all of a sudden have a 5-foot putt back for par.
Yeah, that's correct.
Nellykorda waiting to play her second out of the rough.
The place we don't want to be would be short. Short right would not be great. Long left is never going to
Up
kill
on the
you
green with
within
Lottiewoad.
reason. Short left is never going to kill you within reason. You obviously have a little bit of a braking chip here.
She's looking at a little over 8 feet.
Momentum par putt. She's She's going to have to make a lot of these if she's going to contend this week, and pulls that one left. That will cost her a shot on the par 4.
It also can prove to just be a very long day when that's kind of what she's had to do 3 holes in a row to really scramble.
Korda pulling a club. Waiting for the green to clear. Will be a par putt for Hataoka. What's the test like when you're playing a U.S. Women's Open, Amanda?
Everything. Everything is hard. Tough tee shots. You have to be precise with the irons. And then putting. That was always, chipping and putting were kind of the areas that I always needed to work on the most. And were not my strength. So for me, putting on U.S. Open greens, they were always so fast, had so much break to them. Always want to be below the hole. And Nasa here has 5.5 feet to save par after that great bunker shot. Aimed a little bit to the left.
These green complexes have so much tilt to them. Plays it outside the hole, and that wasn't high enough.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying about the U.S. Open. It just always felt like the short putts either broke so much or sometimes could be tricky to read, and we've seen that from our players so far in these featured groups.
A little bit of everything those first 3 holes. Par, birdie, bogey. Back with Korda. How'd this end up, Trip?
The lie's okay. I think it's going to release, though. She'll be able to get good contact. It's just not going to get any spin. 140 to the hole, and she's playing it well. Oh, this is way left. Oh, that's in some really deep stuff.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we've seen the Kikuyu grass just really grab the club face on these players and pull them left. What happened to lottiewoad? Now we see it with Nelly.
You don't see the world number 1 miss by that much.
Yeah, I think the Kikuyu had something to do with that, George. Now Kim's got just a green light here. The beautiful angle. 136 to the hole. Just a beautiful pitching wedge right here. That's left of the hole. Might need to sit just a touch.
Okay, up to 13. Beautiful framing of these holes at Riviera.
This tee shot sets up for a slight draw. And it just hugs that side really well. Stays on the short stuff.
Back 1 to 12, Hannah Green.
126 pitching wedge, full green light here. Oh, really solid shot, just left of the flag. This should be good.
Just a hair deep, but another birdie putt upcoming for Hannah Green, who is at 1 under par. It is the first round of the U.S. Women's Open. Gabby Lopez now at the top of the board, couple under through 2. Nelly trying to play her 3rd at 12. Pretty good recovery.
Actually, that was her 4th, guys. She took a swing at it and barely moved the ball, and then that was her 4th, so that's for bogey.
Okay. So this is what Tripp was talking about. So all things considered, if she can escape with a bogey.
Oh, I'd be running to the next tee box after that.
Well, and that's just the ebbs and flows trip of the U.S. Women's Open.
Well, absolutely, and just shows you that this Kikuyu is not real high, but it can get you. You got to be in the fairway. And how firm is this green? My gosh, that was a wedge coming in here, and it bounced a good, 5-10 steps after it hit. Long putt. Should be a double breaker. Should go back to the right at the end.
Still has some work left.
I'm really intrigued to see the bounce later this afternoon when this June gloom kind of burns off.
There's the iconic trophy of Ben Hogan, Hogan's Alley. All right, play USGA Fantasy Flip presented by Ally on the USGA app and usopen.com. This free game spans 8 USGA championships. Build your team. Follow the Ally leaderboard for a chance to win a trip to the 2027 U.S. Women's Open at Inverness Club. Visit usopen.com for official rules. Back with Hannahgreen on the 12th trip.
Yeah, I can't see anyone getting much closer than this, but on the same line as Kim, so kind of good look at it.
That never had a chance. The jump to the 13th. Minjeelee. In flight with her second.
Yeah, from 134 yards, these greens are getting tricky to hold already. Really, you're going to have players think of the fatter parts of the green.
Couple par putts and a bogey putt remain on the 12th.
Yeah, this one should sneak to the right. And Amanda, you were astutely pointing out there, I mean, these greens and the U.S. Open speeds, these are so tough because you got to play more break than you're accustomed.
That was played so far out to the left for being a short putt. She read that really well.
To the 13th we go once again, lottiewoad.
This is from 100 yards. Oh, it just caught that little bit of a front edge of a wall a little bit that brought the ball back.
Just a so-so approach for Woad. So, this is the bogey putt for the world number 1, nellykorda.
And again, the 2 putts she's hit hadn't hit the middle. You always want to see one of these just go right in the middle. The other 2 putts she's had kind of lipped in, so.
Oh, that was a great bogey. Major championships, U.S. Opens in particular, everyone's going to bogey. It's just, that's going to happen. It's avoiding those double bogeys is such a win.
The putter was going to be key for nellykorda this week. 3 straight 1 putts to start her opening round. Nasahataoka on the 13th.
It's able to put a little bit of spin on that ball. We'll have a look at birdie, but it's going to be pretty fast.
Anything to this for Hannahgreen trip?
No, not really. I mean, other than you got to go ahead and officially do it. I'm throwing this back to you, George, in one of our matches.
That'd be too kind of you, Trip.
I've seen you putt, George. You're good.
Hannahgreen makes that one look easy. So as they walk off the 12th green and over to the 13th tee, we are going to take a look at this dogleg left par 4 brought to you by American Express.
Yeah, these big eucalyptus trees is absolutely framing the fairway. A slight dogleg to the left. And you see more of the eucalyptus trees surrounding the green. That bunker, more of an optical illusion than actually coming into play. And it's called the deceptive bunker, but watch out for that left side. That is going to just kick a golf ball so far to the left, be a very tricky shot. So players are going to want to really favor that right side.
Trip, how's this tee shot?
It's just, you want to get it going a little bit right to left. The fairway's sloped right to left. Another one right down the line you want to hit it on. This should kick a little left.
If I could have driven the ball like Hyojookim, I think I might not be sitting next to you right now, George. I think my career would have been quite a bit longer.
She makes it look like an easy game off the tee. Hannahgreen going less than driver.
Yeah, you'll see a number of players choose that just because of the run out on the right. Hannah's long enough to get into that fairway, on the right or the rough, and that she can go on that line right there with the 3-wood. That's down the left center. Now, Nelly can easily run out with her length here, so she's got to get something pretty much on Hannahgreen's line. I think if she goes on Kim's line, it could get through on the right.
She's 7th on tour in driving distance, so I'm kind of surprised she is taking that driver.
Yeah, that's right. That could probably be in the rough.
Fighting that right miss early. Check out what type of angles she has. On the green, lottiewoad for birdie.
That really was quick. I thought that looked like it was going to be about halfway there, and that was a really good judge of pace.
That was just a moment ago. One of those birdie putts you have to be so defensive with. Other side of the hole, different story for Minjeelee.
25 feet, a really big breaker, left to right, and a nice lag.
So Minjee will go ahead and tap it in. Gabby Lopez, couple under par. Whole slew of players, including the defending champ Maya Stark at 1 under, a shot back. Nasahataoka to get into red figures at the 13th. We'll knock that in, and she's at even 4 holes into her first round. Said Nelly had blasted her tee shot way right. Tripp, you got eyes on this?
Oh yeah, it's
15,
sitting
probably
down.
gets pretty close to the green. Super thick lie here. I think you're playing like I like playing the pin number. Yeah, I like that. I think this is perfect. I'm hoping it takes about 10 off. I mean, we have to kind of land this in front of the green. We can't land this on.
I know that. I'm just worried about the bunker in front.
Okay, I think there's enough ball behind there that you're going to get. Trav, is it us? We're right here.
I'll go.
We'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you simplify it. You try to go 30, just keeping it right of the flagstick.
Yeah, that's and Nelly's rightly worried about the bunker there. There's a tree overhanging that bunker, and then I think that she needs to worry about. She's got to go a little further left than she would want because of that tree. But Jason described it. It's a really thick lie, and that's just came out dead. I think that's going to be in the bunker.
Fighting it a little bit early.
Isn't it that way when you have a great warm-up on the range?
Hyojookim.
Kim, 139 to the hole. Really dangerous hole, front left hole location. This should be right of it, which it is. Should be the right distance. This looks pretty good.
Spectacular shot by Hyojookim.
Same club she had on the last hole. Wedge. Perfect position. Got a good picture to follow there from Kim. another really crisp iron shot just right of the hole.
Yeah, you could just absolutely hear it on contact. It was beautifully compressed.
Two good ones. At the par 3 14th, Minjeelee.
Her ball striking, and if you just look at stats, have fallen off a little bit this year. It's kind of been surprising. Shots like that, not quite as crisp as we have seen from Minjee, where she was the best ball striker on the LPGA Tour for a good stretch a few years ago. Still surprising when she doesn't hit a par 3 in regulation.
Nasahataoka has had her fair share of heartbreak in the U.S. Women's Open, and mentioned the playoff loss back in 2021. Pebble Beach in 23 was the 54-hole leader before closing with the Sunday 76, finished T4 behind Allison Corpuz, who was the eventual champ that week. Nice shot there. Back one to 13, Korda.
Yeah, long bunker shot off the upslope. That's a half shank.
Wow.
That is so surprising after we were talking about her sand stats, and that just shot straight to the right. I mean, it looks like she's set up well. She's got the club face open. That's just where you hit that hosel. Every golfer knows that feel. It is not a good feeling.
Andy, you talked about Nelly saying she needs to have the memory of a goldfish.
Yes.
Especially last couple holes. I mean, the third shot advanced it maybe a yard on 12, wound up making bogey. Now she's going to have outside 40 feet for par on 13. Lottiewoad on 14. Posing.
And for good reason. Dead aim and just a little bit of a release. Kind of a quick birdie putt, but she'll have a really good look at it.
Nelly will be away for par.
She got her hands full here. I mean, this is downhill the whole way. Really important to get this speed correct. Easy to run this one a good bit by. And checking the ball there, because sometimes when you have one of those, put a little scuff on the ball, but doesn't seem to be the case.
Leave it in.
But you know, this is where great players, they minimize the damage, they get out of it, and then when opportunities present themselves, they take advantage of it. That's the formula for good golf, and Nelly's been doing that this year. But a two-putt here would minimize the damage for sure. That's got to go. I think that's going to be short, well short.
Yeah, they just had so much break in it, and also just she had to be so aware of the speed, how it could really have gotten away from her, and she played it a little bit too conservatively.
So things going from bad to worse for nellykorda.
And I'll tell you what, a player who looks really good right now, this lady right here. She's really hitting her irons crisp, driving it great, and this club is just, as you said, Amanda, 8th in putting this season. Not a hard putt here at all, just outside left edge. Love the rhythm in that stroke. Wow. Hard to believe that didn't break.
Green stays at 1 under. Uphill bunker shot for Lee on 14.
Really dug her feet into the bunker to get some stability. Threw the club face into the sand and popped that ball up really well.
How much is this going to break for Hyojookim?
Wow. Don't ask me, because I thought Hannah hit her putt on the exact line you had to hit it on. It's got to go right. I would think top edge and left edge would be the line.
Well, we can see that's where she's aimed. I think she just got tricked by watching Hannah's putt. I think she just was almost did too much homework.
This putt here for Nelly is down the hill, should move to the right, but again, I thought Hannah's putt was going to move to the right, so. And then Kim's putt did move to the right, so a little bit of a mystery.
Tripp, this feels like an important bogey putt early for Nelly.
It sure does. No question about it.
Last thing she wants to do is go bogey, double bogey, korda.
She aimed that out to the left, really good pace. And she's putting a lot of pressure on her putter. The first 4 holes, she's had to lean so heavily on it. And 2 holes in a row could have gone double-double, instead went bogey-bogey, thanks to the putter.
Slider for Hannahgreen on the 14th.
Yeah, it is. It has a lot of speed. That was the right line. Just hit a little bit too hard.
It's just a moment ago.
She's aimed that quite a bit out to the left, working on that ridge.
Also missing on the high side. So the par 3 14th, part of the meat of the back 9 here at Riviera.
Yeah, there's really not a ton to it. Sometimes just based on how the kind of grass is cut, it can be deceptive. That looks a little bit longer than it is, but the green really kicking from right to left. And there's that ridge kind of in the middle that makes the putting a little bit more deceptive, those little subtle breaks that we've seen from the players.
Par putt for Minjeelee. Keeping it even.
Yeah, she leads the tour in sand saves, and we saw a really good example on this whole tricky bunker shot. And she made easy work of it.
Back on the tee, nellykorda, consecutive bogeys, has gone from 1 under to 1 over.
4-5.
Her body language on 13th started to
5-6.
kind of show here we go again type mentality in the U.S. Women's Open.
Over the top.
But we'll see if that make for bogey studies her. Nasahataoka for par.
George, one of the things about Nelly I noticed last year was when the wheels started to come off, they really came off. This year, even like the chevron, when it started to come off, she was able to just kind of forget about it and move on. And so I'll be interested to see how she moves forward on this hole. She's playing like Nelly of 2026.
And that'll be a par putt for lottiewoad. It was fascinating last year. It was the year of parity. It took until the end of the season for a player to get to 2 wins. And then you have the nellykorda group. Every player has 2 or more wins. The pendulum has swung back towards the marquee names getting off to fast starts 2026.
Nice little tidy up tap in from Lottie. It's so true. Well, 2024 was the year of Nelly, but then you also had Hannah played really well at Lydia Co. And then last year was just every week was a new winner. And this year it's, again, to kind of have those prolific winners.
Back to the tee now with hannahgreen. Trip.
Yep, 7-iron. 161 is the number. You really have to watch bounding this ball over the green if it lands near this hole. You've got to mess with the front third of this green to get this one close. Oh, this is a really good-looking shot. Oh, it's just not enough. Wow. That looked good in the air.
I think she liked it too. I think she was a little bit surprised that it didn't get there.
Well, Hojoo's got the same club, 7-iron. Again, for U.S. Open scoring conditions right now, you would want to be playing right now, that's for sure. No wind at all. Overcast. This is pulled badly.
And those pulled shots really produce the long left. I think it goes either long left or short right, and that pull just gives it a couple extra yards.
Well, trio of 7-irons here for Nelly. This is one you can be a little bit aggressive with, I would think. This is left and turning. It's going to be about 30 feet left of the hole.
And Nelly wasn't happy with her swing in Cincinnati. When she finished the first time, she didn't finish second or better. She tied for 8th, but she really has been putting hours in the range to get comfortable coming to the U.S. Open.
Said she had been grinding on her game coming into this week. nellykorda at 1 over, 3 back of the trio of co-leaders who are 2 deep. Day 1 at the Riviera Country Club in Pacific Palisades, California, in LA, here for our first round feature group coverage brought to you by American Express. There's the property in a canyon designed by George C. Thomas. Made for the first time playing host to the U.S. Women's Open.
And quite a venue. It is a special place. Kim's up against the Kikuya. It's going to be tough to get this clean. You know, I've seen players try to belly it on a shorter shot. I don't think this one's too long to do that. But really going to have to get steep and try to get that ball first. Well, she did a pretty doggone good job of it right there.
She's 5th on tour and strokes gained around the green. You can see players probably who aren't as comfortable with their short game pulling out even a putter. Make it tricky. She did a good job with her little pitch shot.
Hannahgreen just off it for her second.
Yeah, this is one you'd be looking to make. The lie's good. She can, catch it clean. I don't think has to worry about any Kikuya grabbing it, especially after the shot. But these players at this point in the week have practiced these shots a number of times. Kind of like that.
How good was that?
I know what Tripp's saying. That as a player, there are a couple of pitch shots where you're looking at it and you kind of almost get excited. You're like, I can chip this in. And it's uphill like that. It's that distance.
Now Nelly up the hill, putting entirely up the hill. What break is there should be to the right. The problem that I'm seeing with her swing, and when you see these shot patterns like we're seeing, okay, she just had her, I guess the mark was sticking up a little bit, but she's hitting the woods out to the right, and then when you're underneath and a little late, which is what's happening with her swing, with an iron, you tend to hit these pull hooks, which is what she just hit. So pay attention to that, whether that club's a little late and underneath, not quite on top of it, but I'm sure she's aware of that. Well, speed looks good.
Korda for birdie.
Well, and in Cincinnati, when she was frustrated with how she was swinging, she said that all players tend to just fall back on old tendencies, and that is an old tendency that she kind of was battling last year as well. And it's just easy to kind of get into habits.
Nasahataoka has played, missed the green. Lottiewoad second from 152.
You could hear her say it's so thick. I mean, you could just also hear from the shot how thick that was, how grabby.
Drop to the 14th. Hyojookim to stay at 1 over.
Yeah. But this is, I think you got to get this outside the hole, judging by how much Nelly's moved late.
She'll cough one up at the par 3.
Yeah, it seems like she's putting really good strokes on the ball, just has misread some birdie opportunities and misread that one.
Korda, 2-putt par, still over par through 5. Minjeelee, 20 yards further down the fairway with her second to 15.
That was a really big bounce. Got it to stop, but the greens are firming up.
Here's what we have in store with this par 4 15th.
This is a really tricky par 4 if it's into the wind. The players don't have to really battle that right now. A fade is the best option, but beware of that bunker that is on the right side. Can grab a golf ball. And going up to the largest green on the golf course, it's 7,822 square feet. So really all depends on where the pin is placed. There's a little ridge in the middle of the green.
Nice line.
And that's going to miss left.
And missing these fairways has been about a half a shot plus penalty so far in this first round.
And that's the way you want it at a U.S. Open, isn't it? She just made a practice swing with her left hand under her right elbow, and I would imagine that's to get a little width normally when players do that. So maybe that's why that club is falling behind, is you lose your width. Oh, this is a beauty right here. This is just left of that bunker.
Oh, and that's having that really short-term goldfish memory, just shaking off the missed shots and take a practice swing with that arm under the elbow and move on to the next hole.
That was a huge tee shot by Korda.
This is always a really hard tee shot just because that left creeps in so easy. But this woman never sees anything but the middle.
Another fairway hit for Hyojookim. Wood came up short with her second out of the rough, now her third. Unable to climb over the false front. Gabby Lopez, in full control of her game so far, has added a third birdie. She's leading by one. Woad still off the green on 15. Her fourth of the par 4.
I should really try to get cute with that first little pitch shot, and like I said, caught that front edge. And
that was just a moment ago. Now minjeelee for birdie.
now a little tentative on the pace. Her putting has gotten so much better. Switching to this broomstick. Sometimes I feel like with those broomstick putters, the pace can be a little bit more challenging to judge, though.
See nellykorda way down there in the fairway. Hannahgreen crouching behind hers in the rough. As we circle back to the green on 15. Nasahataoka already made par. So we got a par putt for minjeelee and the bogey try for lottiewoad.
Minjee left herself with 5.5 feet. And that's the distance that she is so dialed in. Watching her last year when she won the KPMG Women's PGA, she was automatic from 7 feet in.
Woad for bogey.
And this is a great example of missing the fairway, how penalizing the rough can be at a Women's U.S. Open. It was just so thick she could barely advance it.
She slips to 2 over. So Trip, Amanda talking about the challenge, how to plan from the rough. Let's see what Hannahgreen's able to do.
Well, this ball is sitting up just a little bit. She's got 5-iron, 167 front, so she's playing on this to come out a little dead. Oh, this is just right of the hole and should... Oh, boy, that needs to sit now.
Races towards the back right corner.
Yeah, it took all form of spin off the ball out of the rough, and you see the swell. It's past the half portion of the green. That's going to be a massive putt coming up.
It's grubby on 4. Grubby. Oh, that's fucking...
Hyojookim ready to roll.
148's her number. This is an 8-iron. Actually, a little bit of wind coming up now back into the player's face. Just not more than about 3 or 4 miles an hour, but shows that it probably is going to start blowing when this June gloom comes off. Oh, this is another pull. This is left of the green, gonna miss left.
Hasn't been on point with her game. First 5.5 holes. How much is left for Korda?
Real little 9 is what I was signaled. 129. She's just taking short out, I think, with this play. There's a good. Well, she pulled it a little bit, but should be all right.
And she hit it just over that false front.
Yeah, she cruises up to the 15th green on the 16th tee. Minjeelee.
Oh, we went from the largest green at 15 to the smallest green on the golf course. Pretty precise with the iron shot, and that really spun.
Here's nasahataoka at even. Why do you think her game has been well suited to have close calls in the U.S. Women's Open?
She never gets herself in a ton of trouble. She is a very consistent player. The reason she hasn't won is because the putter just kind of lets her down. Short putts, those putts for birdie, because from tee to green, she just doesn't make mistakes. Just like that, the beautiful iron shot.
Let's see what type of resilience Lottiewoad has. 2 over through her first 6.
Lottie's 6th on tour in greens and regulation. If she really wants to kind of start getting something going, the par 3s are a great opportunity for her. She's going to have quite a big putt for birdie, though, coming up.
All 3 on the green. Hyojookim scrambling on 15.
Yeah, and this is one that's downhill once it gets on the green ever so slightly. I think you got to just put a little air under this one, just carry it on the green, and then let gravity do its thing.
No, kind of like that.
Pretty solid.
Good touch.
Trip, we had to zoom all the way out to show where the whole location is at hannahgreen now. Getting back to her ball.
Yeah, this green is massive, and it's got 2 distinct areas and actually a 3rd trough through the middle. And they've actually softened this green quite a bit compared to back when I used to play it. This green, it was so severe. So she's putting up the slope up out of this little down area, and it will be going left the whole way. I think that's going to miss a lot further left than she wanted, but yeah, she's frustrated with that one.
Well, it's such a tricky shot because she had to hit it up over that massive hill, but if she had got it cooking too hard, there's that runoff on the front where it could have just gotten to that false front and just kept going. So there was definitely a balancing act from how far back she was.
Now Nelly's got a good look here, down the hill. She was actually, they had a hole about in this spot, a little practice hole yesterday. I was out every now and then, would run across her when I was out looking at the course, and I saw her hit a number of putts into this area. And down the hill, should break a little bit to the right. These are the ones this year that she's just been feasting on.
Sounded like a really good strike. And,
That went, yeah, that ran out a little further than she wanted.
And we're going to see a lot of that this week at Riviera. So much slope and undulations on these greens. Minjeelee on 16 from exactly 41 feet.
That was a good pace. Didn't quite hit it high enough, but a really good leave.
Hannah Green, a bit left for her part.
Yeah, again, one of the things to pay attention to is the rhythm of this stroke. It just never changes. That's why she's such a good putter.
Gets a wry smile. That'll be a 3-putt bogey.
You're going to have a few of those this week.
And again, you missed the fairway. And it's been a challenge to make pars out here. Just outside 32 feet for Lottiewoad on 16.
She aimed so far to the left to navigate that little hump through the green and vet it nice and close.
Well played by Woad. Hyojookim made her putt for par. Now it's nellykorda.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Back up the hill about 3.5 feet.
All right. Korda, 6 holes in, 1 over par. Jump to Nasahataoka on the 16th.
25 feet left for birdie. A little bit different angle from Lottie's. Not quite as much break. You still see how the cup is tilted. Still be a little bit left to right.
Down the slope. Turns right at the end. Pretty steady the first 7. Korda lacing up.
They should have a shoe change. You gotta give it to Jason McBeady carrying a couple pairs of shoes in the golf bag. That's the way to. Hopefully somebody else was holding them because that can really make it a lot heavier.
So that was her just lacing up. This was earlier, actually switching out the shoes.
And actually, it was her trainer that is out here that gave her the extra pair of shoes.
Oh, good, because Tripp, I was saying that'd be a heavy carry for Jason. Have a carry.
He'd do it, though.
He would.
Jason would do it, yeah.
But that's fascinating. You don't see a player change shoes mid-round.
Jay, I think it's us.
Well, I've had to do it after hitting the water, and they got soaked, so. That might be the only time I've ever done it.
Or even like a really rainy day. You know, okay, like change maybe at the turn.
Yeah. 4-2.
Something to monitor. You wonder if it's a nothing burger or if there was some type of irritation.
I mean, trying to come down on that kind of that
Where she had told her trainer, hey, grab me the backup pair that I have.
Well, over that grass path is going to be actual 3-2, so I'd say no more than 4-2 to 4-4 on that line.
I'm just going on the 16.
Yeah, I like the right edge of the 16, yeah. Yeah, I like 4-4.
They're not going anywhere near this flag. It's a little 8-iron, I'm told. This flag doesn't even look like it's on the green from here. Well, this is coming down just right of that tower where they wanted. Good shot. That's just a nice conservative play.
That has been the playbook for the shots we've seen to the par 3.
Yeah, it would take something special to get it close to this flag. I tell you, they've got it, over there on the back right. Now she's got 9-iron. I don't see many people being much more aggressive than what Nelly did. This is left of Nelly's just slightly.
To the par 5 17th.
Yeah, good one.
Good tee shot. She can get there at 2. Back to 16 green.
Yeah, she's got 8-iron. Another one right in the middle of the green.
I think we're going to be seeing that shot all day, just that hit at the TV tower. I don't think you heard Nelly discussing with Jason. We're going to get in closer. It's almost has to be a miss hit. 3 good shots from our featured group.
2 players at 3 under par, couple at 2. Then you see the amateur asterisk tally at 1 under, just making the turn her first 9 holes. Back on the 17th, Minjeelee has hit every fairway to this point.
Yeah.
Doesn't even watch it in the air. 6 for 6 on her opening 9.
It's one of the best feelings in the world when you just pick up the tee and not even watch it. Just know it's going to be right in the middle.
You had said she's outside the top 120 in driving accuracy, and then it's had a start like this. And even she's 3 back. As we are back with Hyojookim.
Well, this green's so small that anything on it, you're going to have a actually birdie putt. This one going to the left like it should. Nelly paying close attention to that one. Yeah, 3s are never bad here at 16. This is always just a really hard hole to make a 2 on because they love hiding these hole locations in this tiny little par 3. They don't all have to be 230 yards to be good par 3s.
Completely agree there.
Now this putt's going to move left in the middle part of it, and I think judging by Kim's ball, it's going to move a little left at the hole as well. Uphill the entire way. She can be aggressive.
Good look at it. And a 2-putt par for Korda.
benefit of getting flag high is she's got the easiest putt. Really got this one dead flag high. It hopped on her just a little bit right off the bat.
Well, this is a shorter par 3, kind of to your point that doesn't have to be long to be hard. I can imagine if the wind starts really picking up too this afternoon, this tiny green, this could be a very challenging par 3, just based on where the pin is so tucked.
Hannah Green even through 7, so it means you got to take advantage of the par 5s when you can, especially here at 17.
Yeah, 514 yards definitely will be reachable for the longer hitters as long as they hit in the right spot off the tee, avoiding those bunkers on the left. And the bunkers that come up towards the green can definitely make it for an interesting, if players have to play a 3-shot hole, but was green light for the longer players. When they get up to this green, you can see the green is kind of divided into 2 parts, the front portion with a ridge and then the back portion of the green. So that bunkering on the right could be a pretty good spot for players to hit into 2.
Ataoka. Almost climbs out in the front of the green. She's the only one to push it down there at 2. Lottie had laid up. We got a shoe update with Tripp and Nelly.
Yeah, I talked to her coming off the green there. I said, I've never seen somebody change shoes. She said, you know, it's the same exact model. These just feel different. The other one, she said, was a little loose. And that's a beautiful one right there. So the shoes are working. And she actually said she sent her trainer to her locker to get them, so her trainer wasn't carrying the extra pair.
If something feels just even a little bit off, whether it's your shoes or even what you're wearing, the glove isn't fitting right, it can really just make the swing not feel super comfortable. And also mentally, it's kind of nice to blame it on something else. You know what? It's the shoes. I'm getting new shoes and restarting the day.
Shoes were loose. Swing was loose on 12 and 13 when she had those back-to-back bogeys. But now, swinging it with freedom with the driver. Hyojookim.
All right. No guesses where this one is. No mystery. You know, George, I think we're going to try that next time, huh? You and I? We're going to change shoes next time we get a little over par.
There we go. Working for Nelly.
Yeah.
And Hannah Green.
Oh, this is left. Going to be in the left rough.
That seemed like a little bit of a quick swing as well. You could even see the recoil almost hit her in the side of the face and then the ponytail. It seemed not quite the tempo that we expect.
How about this for Woad's third?
94 yards.
Got to be precise with their wedges.
Yeah, she did a good job. Really, even just that second shot, leaving herself a very comfortable 94-yard pitch sand wedge and got some spin on it.
Birdie opportunity for Lottiewoad. What course is Gabby Lopez playing? She's now at 4 under in the U.S. Women's Open. Minjeelee marking her third. She's got about 22 feet for birdie. And now it'll be the third for Nasahataoka. 2 good ones to play to this point to the par 5. As our feature groups are on the 17th, their 8th hole of the day in the opening round.
is a tricky little chip shot because she had to hit it off that tight lie up and over, taking almost like half of the green just based on the angle, and we caught that little bit of a hill bounce to the right. That was such a finesse shot.
You can see it flew it into the fringe. Takes that big hop to the right. But a reasonable look at birdie. So Minjee and Nasa both at even. Have the best rounds going out of this feature group. Group behind, Hannahgreen has laid up with her second shot. Minjee to pull within 3 of the leader.
And 22.5 feet. Really solid stroke. Oh, just squeaks by on the right side. When she won the KPMG Women's PGA last year, it was these par 5s she really was taking advantage of. And, oh, it just burns the edge.
Back in the fairway after the big tee shot. Nellykorda waiting for the green to clear. We'll be able to reach it too. Lottiewoad behind the hole, 9 feet 1 inch. Nasahataoka on the other side, 8 feet 8 inches. Lottie's still searching for that first birdie.
We should have quite a bit of pace on it. She does not need to hit this very hard. Aiming out to the right and just have it trickle in.
Woad unable to connect.
Just gave it a little bit too much of a break, thinking it was going to really swing. That was a very well-judged pace putt. You do not want to hit it much softer than that.
Remains a couple over. Korda's still hanging out in the fairway after a 277-yard tee shot. Hataoka birdied the other par 5. Can she play him 2 under her opening 9?
Going back up the hill. And both players just not quite read those birdie opportunities correctly. We've seen some really tricky reads out here. Players not getting the birdie putts that fall just kind of by the misreads.
Five consecutive pars for Hataoka heading to the 18th. Little par putt for Minjeelee. Okay. Filling it up with pars. First 8 holes. How much does Nelly have for her second trip?
Only 214 front. 238 all the way back. This is 3 wood. Her 2 woods are a 3 wood and a 7 wood. I think this is perfect here. She gets this one on the button. It should be good. That's drifting a little further right than she wants, but should be okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a body lean, but followed up with a club twirl. So you can always trust the twirl. That is, though, going to be a really big putt coming back. It's kind of hannah-green-esque length that we just saw.
Will be an eagle putt for Korda. To the third for green.
Yeah, 91 yards. This hole looks like it's not on the green from where she is. But from 91 can be aggressive. A little right of it.
Oh, catches that ridge. It's going to end up further away from the hole. And Hyojookim.
Yeah, just 1 yard closer, 90 yards. A little bit of breeze at her back, helping ever so slightly. This is a good-looking shot if it's the number.
No, just a little bit of spin. Like, look at it check. Just absolutely perfect leave.
Gorgeous shot, and she should be able to get one back. The iconic 18th at Riviera. Uphill, gentle bender from left to right.
Yeah, slightly blind tee shot as well. Just having to really trust the spot, and that was absolutely perfect.
Well, it's caddy David Taylor, DT, said no problem. Nasahataoka. Also with a fairway finder.
Yeah, it's always just picking that target in the background and just committing to the shot, letting it fly.
Will Minjeelee hit every fairway on the back nine?
It's looking like it.
In the zone with the driver right now. Seven for 7. Back on the 17th. Korda behind the hole. You got a beat on this for her eagle trip?
Yeah, she's got a huge break to the left. And I think she's got to get this up higher than where she is now. I think she's got to get this up close to the fringe.
And please. Yeah.
Got a good beat on it, trust it.
Yeah, she's looking out at the fringe. That's where you got to get it. You got to get this one all the way out there. Yeah, you can see that's still not high enough. It wasn't the easiest putt, that's for sure.
Yeah, she almost had to hit that several feet more right and just harder to even try to get it over that knob to give it a chance.
Well, the USGA is shaping golf future for the good of the game by unifying golfers through shared systems and experiences, showcasing the game's greatest moments, governing with integrity, and advancing the sport through innovation, sustainability, and opportunity. Learn more at usga.org. Hannah-green for birdie.
Yeah, I'm surprised that one didn't turn. I had it at where she aimed it as well. Just that last third of the putt, it just kept going straight.
Knocks in her par putt.
Well, let's see if, that definitely fooled Hannah. The problem is Nelly's got a part of that slope is right off the first 3 feet of her putt, so it may be more straight at the end than you think, but you got to get this first 3.5, 4 feet correct. Always tough when it's the first part of the putt because it's going to be moving the fastest.
Korda to climb back to even.
That looks pretty good right there. Oh, my goodness gracious.
One rotation, a little bit harder, that would have held its line. Just trickled to the left. I couldn't do much different there. That was struck really well. She kept her head down, and it just turned.
Will go down as a 3-putt par for Korda. Call it 3 feet for Hyojookim.
Yeah, and really not much break. I think anything a little left.
Hyojookim now 1 over. The second for Minjeelee to 18.
Yes, goes back up the hill, playing longer than the number. And looked like she liked it for a while. It just caught that ridge.
That was just a moment ago. No. Nasahataoka.
From 160 yards. Maybe didn't hit that quite as crisp as she wanted. It looked like she was a little knee bend to kind of help it get up there.
How about lottiewoad?
154 yards back up the hill.
Holds that right edge of the green. Good iron shot by Woad.
Talk about an iconic hole, iconic tee shot even. A blind off the tee. So that forced carry back up the hill. Slight dog leg to the right. Players favoring the left side will have just a little bit better angle into this green. And what a cool finishing hole. Kind of amphitheater He's set up for a great stage, and the green definitely moving from back to front.
As this flyover is brought to you by American Express. So many big moments over the years, culminating on that 18th green at Riviera. Tripp, how would you describe this tee shot?
One of my favorites. It's blind. Obviously, cannot see any part of the fairway. If you miss it too far right, the eucalyptus trees down the right can definitely affect your second shot. So, really imperative to keep it down the left. The problem is, it'll run out on the left, even though the fairway slopes predominantly left to right. And it's just such a hard tee shot because you cannot see the fairway. This is down the right center and going to be just fine. Well, she's certainly driven the ball. The last 3 drives have been spot on and showing off her length. Just one of the best swings in golf when it's in motion. I just love the spot she hits. This is right. This is going to be blocked out and in the rough.
In her miss today. Just inside the cart path. And hannahgreen.
This is fine. Down the left center. This is a really good drive right here.
She's now hit 3 out of 7 fairways, but has been managing her game. Hannahgreen at even par. 8 holes in, 4 behind Gabby Lopez, who's 4 under through 7. 3 under solo second with Davidson. Birdie try for Lottiewoad on 18.
She had hit that so far out to the right, but judged the break really well. Just needed a little bit more gas, but was being careful that it didn't blast past too far.
That was just a moment ago. Minjeelee already in with par, 9 consecutive pars to begin her campaign in the 81st U.S. Women's Open. Nasahataoka, they have this measured at 20 feet 10 inches from the fringe for birdie.
She's far enough into the fringe that it might come into play a little bit, bounce a little. But you have to play it just as a kind of, the fringe doesn't come into play. So maybe hit a little bit harder. Played that really out to the left, and well judged.
Would be a solid first 9 for Hataoka. Early scoring splits, and you got par 36 on the back, 35 on the front. Backside playing more than a shot over par, front side 0.7. But shot and a hat difference, half a shot if you're just looking at according to par. And here's how the ball reacted early on the fringe.
You know, a couple little hops. Definitely something for players to keep in mind if they're going to plan on putting from far off the fringe. It can be jumpy.
Short one for Woad. She goes out 2 over 38. Back to the fairway. It'll be Hyojookim first.
Yeah, 179. And this is a 5 hybrid. There are a lot of players are going to this out here. I've seen a number of these this week. It just gets that ball up in the air higher. And 179 to the hole, 169 front. So trying to bring it in high. And it does play a little bit uphill. What wind is there is at her back. Yeah, that's the shot. Really high and left of it. Should kick right. That's not going to be too bad. Nelly's got a clean lie, but she's going to have to slice this a good 20 yards. She's got 166 to the hole. That's way out to the left, but not cutting. That's going to be way up on that hill. But getting better. Seven iron for Hannah. Oh, another crisp iron. Just left of the flag and trying to work right.
Oh, and it is getting better by the second.
Beauty by Hannahgreen. How cool is this tee shot on the first? Minjeelee.
100-foot drop off the tee box. You can see pretty much the whole property. Oh, another beautiful tee shot by Minjee.
That was good.
Here's Nasahataoka.
Saw her do that little hop before the tee shot, her first tee shot on 10. It helps her calm the nerves. It's part of her pre-shot routine. See quite often.
Catches a piece of the fairway.
Right now, the conditions are so calm, but when it starts whipping, it totally changes this tee shot. Ball stays in the air so much higher, it can really get battered by the wind, but today it's absolutely perfect.
How's this third going to be?
Lie's great. Shot's not so great.
Quarter rolling out. It's racing by.
Problem.
She had to be just so delicate with that shot. You know, make sure that she didn't make a huge mistake by leaving it short and trying to be too gentle with it. So she definitely played the higher percentage shot.
Now Kim has one that you're looking at making. It's uphill, moving to her right. and I think Nelly's par putt here obviously would love to get out of here with it, but kind of a sloppy first 9 holes. Either way, some good and some bad. Mainly that right miss with the driver.
Apologies for those technical difficulties as we're back for this first round of the 81st edition of the U.S. Women's Open for the first time. Being contested at the Riviera Country Club. And this was earlier the par putt for nellykorda on the 18th.
Oh, absolutely huge putt. Be a great momentum builder for that back 9. The front 9, but her back. And it has been one of those days for Nelly where she's really had to lean so heavily on her putter to save pars.
9 in, Korda at 1 over. Hannahgreen. Bending from right to left.
Oh, she hit that so soft. That was a very quick putt. Very nice. Test her down that hill.
So Hannahgreen can that for birdie. She's at 1 under. Played the back 9 first, so the front 9 will be their second 9. Lottiewoad has made the turn. She's on the first out of the rough.
Did a good job advancing it over the wash.
Barely rolled through the fairway into that first cut. Nasahataoka just 202 in for her second.
For most of the field, just being able to find the fairway will provide the opportunity to go for this green in 2. It was the easiest hole for Genesis. I could predict that it'll be similar here at the Women's U.S. Open.
And minjeelee.
Oh, it just hits it over that edge. But wow, what a massive kick.
See that bounce through the back of the green. Trip, where is this rank among best scenes around a first tee in golf?
You got to put it top 5. Obviously, St. Andrews, Augusta. But as far as history, you know, the famous picture of Hogan on this tee with all the people in the back. It's just such an iconic spot. And not the easiest tee shot. I mean, that fairway looks like a sliver down there. And this one should be just fine. A little wind helping out of the right now. And for a while there, they had this fairway moved over to the left further, so that, like, the out of bounds was much more in play than it is now. And if you get in this rough, particularly the left rough, it's really hard to hold the green. So imperative to be hitting your second off the beautiful Zoysia fairways.
Mostly down. I mean, there's an inch of right
one a little further right than you would think. Well, you know, here's the thing that great players do. They play a sloppy 9 holes like that, and that you're going to have in 72 holes, you're going to have some stretches where you're just not there. And let's see if she can, you know, start clicking on all cylinders here, have a couple under par this 9, and be, you know, right there with a chance for the rest of this championship. That was a good swing right there.
Yeah, based on how she was playing, the fact that she made it the turn and only 1 over, I mean, it's very, that's fine. You can chalk that up to maybe just a 3-putt from someone else in the field, and her putter really stuck with her, and that was a gorgeous tee shot.
Woad's third.
We should have a look at birdie coming up, but just having missed that fairway, had to play a 3-shot hole.
Yeah, she is on the green. Gabby Lopez, another birdie. What a start. She's now at 5 under, leading by 2. It's the opening round of the U.S. Women's Open. Our feature group coverage is brought to you by American Express, proud partner of the USGA. Out to the first we go, the 10th hole for our feature groups. We're taking a peek at what will be the third for Nasahataoka.
A little over 74 feet. And she's hitting it. Just kind of that traditional pitch shot. Gets it about a quarter way on the green. And oh my goodness, yes, go in.
How does that not drop?
That was mean.
Wow. Rattled the stick and didn't fall.
It looked so good the last about 20 feet. She pitched that perfect. You just get it on and have it roll and release out down that hill. Starts picking up speed, going right at the flag.
Caught a lot of the hole.
Look at that. Just absolutely tracking the entire way. That is a perfect line and just a little bit too hard.
Minjeelee's third.
She would like to do something similar, but not quite as much pace. You can see it gaining a little bit of speed.
Not too bad. Next will be lottiewoad for birdie. What can you diagnose with Woad through 9+ holes why she hasn't been sharp today?
Well, it's when you look at Nelly's round, where she's 1 over, it's kind of similar with Lottie. Just a couple missed tee shots, so she's coming out of the rough, and you miss these fairways. It's just so hard to give even any birdie opportunity, let alone having to constantly scramble to save pars. Her putting stroke looks good. It looks like she's just not quite getting the correct reads on these putts. They're just missing by a little. .26 feet here for birdie and really bent.
Our putt left. Hyojookim already played her second.
Yeah, I feel slightly missed the foul and left with a spot on it. Yes.
She's in the front bunker. Nellykorda, hannahgreen in the go zone to reach this par 5 and 2. Minjee inside 5 feet for birdie. Will her first birdie come right here?
There should not be a ton in this putt. Okay, so that line straight at it.
Nice birdie. She's now 1 under par.
Yeah, Minjee really went from having some of the worst putting stats on the LPGA Tour to now she's 5th in strokes gained putting.
This will be a par putt for Woad. She has parred every par 5 to this point.
And she's a pretty aggressive player. You can even see it in her body language. She can get kind of fiery. So for Lottie, those par 5s that are reachable, it definitely feels like a loss that she's not walking away with the birdie on the first hole.
Nasahataoka to join Minjeelee at 1 under. She's done some good work on the par 5s. Okay, now that the green is clearing, back with hannahgreen.
Yeah, and before she hit, while they were still putting, Kim laid up and hit it in the front bunker, so she's going to have her hands full. I don't know if she was trying to get it that far up there. The green's got 233 to the hole, 208 to that front left, so she's just trying to carry this about 220. Preferably left of the hole. It will feed to the right. And this is just right of the hole and should be enough to get there. Oh, yeah. Well, that's going to be just fine.
Yeah, really good leave. Very quick coming back, but plenty of green.
It's 6 and 1, half a dozen on the other. The only thing the left does is front short.
Yeah.
This is not going to get to a spot that you don't like. I think you play where you're looking.
All right, 197. This is a 5 hybrid. Now she has a 5 iron and a 5 hybrid. This 5 hybrid goes about 8 yards further than the 5 iron. This is normally about her 200 club. Oh, this is a good looking shot, getting better, cutting right all over the flag.
Flies it past, too much club. Sits up though in the rough over the green. 300-yard tee shot. But Nelly didn't love where that ended up over the green in 2 at the par 5 first. Could barely see the top of the hat for Hyojookim, and the bunker will be her 4th shot.
Yeah, it wasn't a good spot to lay up, that's for sure. But this is a much easier bunker shot. Well,
Scoot to the second. Minjeelee off the birdie of 1.
It's fortunate these morning groups don't have a ton of wind to contest with because this hole can get really long when the prevailing wind is into. See the golf ball there? Looks like it's a good spot.
How'd this settle for Nelly, Tripp?
Oh, it's fine. Beautiful lie. And, you know, it's just a big breaker to the left the whole way. But this is not, you know, that difficult a shot to get the right distance because you have it there's a lot of downhill to it. It's just hard to get it out there far enough to the right. I always had trouble getting it when I had these shots, especially over this green, playing enough break. Looks like she got that part right.
Yeah, it was really well judged how far right she had to play that. And pretty quick, but we'll have a nice uphill putt coming back.
We return to the second, Hataoka. Also at 1 under on the round.
13 left to right, man. Do it.
Crests the hill and stays there. Lengthy eagle putt for Green on 1.
Yeah, but not too far off from where Nelly played. So, you know, I think this is one that will be no mystery. And that's very well done.
From 50 feet out, winds up just a few feet away. Hyojookim outside 13 feet as a par putt.
Yeah, not what you're wanting when you're standing on that tee. I can tell you that. You know, she was in the rough, so maybe it just jumped out of there a little further because I can't imagine trying to lay up where she did. That just awkward bunker shot. Again, if this putt's going to be breaking, you know, left the entire way.
Just looks like she's not in quite high enough. Oh, but she did a really good job. Oh, wow.
That'll sting, a bogey at the par 5 first.
And it's currently playing the easiest hole in the golf course from the few groups that have gone through.
Lottiewoad, right rough on 2.
And that looked like it was setting up really well. But still, not the control you want when it's even in that fringe collar.
.5 feet for Korda's birdie on 1. Yeah, and this is one that you definitely have to hit outside the hole. I mean, you could put it on the lip, but you'd have to hit it pretty firm.
Good birdie. She's back to even. A shot and a hole ahead of her, Minjeelee on 2.
159 yards left. Oh, massive bounce. Minjeelee put quite a bit of spin on the ball, so that's surprising how much that jumped.
Green to get to 2. Back-to-back birdies for Hannahgreen. She's 3 back of the leader, Lopez. Second fairway, Hataoka.
156 yards. And that even had a little bit of a bounce.
As we are out on the second, both our featured groups here.
If it hits us, you'll...
What do you make of the start by Gabby Lopez? I didn't think we'd have a 5-under this early at the U.S. Women's Open.
Not at a Women's U.S. Open. And what we've seen from our featured groups, the golf course is not playing super easy. It's not rough is penalizing players. It's hard to get the ball close if you're missing a fairway, and the greens are kind of tricky to read. Very impressive by Gabby.
Hannahgreen at 2 under par on the second trip.
Yeah, just a really great hole. This is just challenging from start to finish. This is down the right. It's going to miss the fairway on the right.
Looks like it rattled the tree and drops down in the right rough. Korda 5 for 8 today, hitting fairways.
Oh boy, this is going to miss right. Going to be 5 for 9.
Decent lie. Decent lie. Looks like it's sitting okay.
Seen a lot of golf ball.
Yeah, I'm back on the tee and I can see it from here. So that'll tell you it's sitting up.
Third up, Hyojookim.
Oh boy, she might have missed the fairway. This is down the left, but might hang in there.
0 for 3. 2 balls in the right rough, 1 in the left. Gabby Lopez 5 under, making the turn. Unit 3, and then Hannahgreen, part of that group at 2 and 3rd. Up on the second, Hataoka. Get within 3 of the leader, Lopez.
From 34.5 feet. I doesn't get it up high enough, but still a good leave. No pressure, little tap in.
George Savaricas with Amanda Blumenhurst in our broadcast booth watching this first round of the U.S. Women's Open. Our couple featured groups out on the course right now. And Nasahataoka to tap, stay at 1 under. She and Minjeelee are each at 1 under par. Lottiewoad couple over. The former world #1 amateur from England, coming off a win in her last start on the LPGA Tour, hasn't carried that momentum over to Riviera Country Club.
Yeah, she's kind of had an up and down year. She had tied for 36th the James Eagle LA, and then goes and finishes tied for 7th the Chevron, then misses a cut, and then goes on to win the Kroger Queen City. So it's kind of been a little bit of hot and cold.
She'll lose another one.
The beginning of the season was pretty consistent. And she's had 4 top 10s, so it's not like she's playing poorly by any means, and she has that win, but there's also just been so many expectations on her since her college career at FSU. Just kind of came out, and very much like Rose Zhang, went out and won her first event as a professional, and there's just so much expectations that go along with that.
Well, and she's all the way up to top 10 in the Rolex rankings. It's 6th in the world. So has been able to live up to the hype in her first year as a pro. Minjeelee, little tester for par.
From 3 feet, 9 inches. Those are the ones that can make a round of golf pretty long, having to keep facing all day. But she does that with a lot of confidence.
Good seeing you.
Trip Eisenhower back with Hannahgreen, nellykorda, and hyojookim, and getting his steps in with tee shots on both sides in the rough. Trip.
Yeah, well, the fairway's not too wide, so I don't have far to go, George. 185 is her number. The ball is not the best of lies. This is definitely going to tumble. She needs to, it's 165 front, and I think this hybrid is his wise choice to get through this. This is that 5 hybrid. Does play uphill about 5 yards. This is right. Needs a kick off this slope. Oh, it didn't. Landed into it.
What's really tricky about this kikuyu grass is that even if you can see the golf ball, it's these really thick blades. The root structure is above the surface, so it can really grab and take the ball. So even though,
I like
Nelly,
what you got, okay?
it might not be as clean as it looks.
.173 for Nelly. This is a small 5-iron. This is on a line. It's going to tumble. Might need to sit.
Couple big bounces. That rips through to the back rough. Korda today, when missing the fairway, has then missed every green, and that has led to her bogeys on 12 and 13. Tough angle here, Trip.
Well, yeah, she's got to keep it under this branch. This is a 6-iron. She just had to punch it there at the beginning. That's pretty well done, but it's going to miss left, I think, and short.
All 3 of these players will have to scramble to salvage par on 2. Let's swing it over to the third. Minjeelee. Can she keep the streak going? Wonder what the odds are if you're 121st in driving accuracy to hit your first 10 fairways. Lottiewoad.
Well, it's a good time for Minjeelee to start finding something with that tee shot. But she's such a good ball striker with her irons that it is surprising that she isn't more accurate tournament to tournament with her driver. You think that they would reflect each other really well, and that's what we're seeing today. Some beautiful tee shots from Minjeelee.
The top of the board, 32-year-old Gabby Lopez, 3-time winner on the LPGA Tour, has never had a top 10 finish in the U.S. Women's Open, and now she's leading by 3. Third shot for Hannahgreen ended up short and left on 2. That didn't have any catch to it. That stretches out about 20 feet for her part. So that was just a moment ago. There's nellykorda over the green.
Yeah, and this is where players walk off. So the grain's going against her, and it is not a good lie. It's sitting down. Well, that's really nice right there. That was not easy.
Yeah, she hit that really soft. You know, almost like you hear the fluff in the shot.
Takes some touch to pull that off.
Well, that's a prime example, too, of why she leads the tour in scrambling. Just having the creativity around the greens, knowing what type of shots to hit, be able to even change the pressure in the hands to hit a softer shot like that.
Couldn't believe how good her scrambling numbers have been this season.
Unbelievable. It's so easy to look at her and think of her as a power player. Long off the tee, really good iron player. Her short game is incredible as well.
Hard putt for Hannah-Green.
Yeah, but that will move right early. And then it straightens out, yeah. Tell you what, this is one of my favorite holes here just because there's no let up in it. It's just a hard tee shot and a hard second shot, and the green's hard.
Yeah, it's only given up 2 birdies so far today.
Now at 2 over par, after coming off a bogey on the par 5, this is where your round can get away from you here real quick. But on the other side of that coin, you make this, you got a little pep in your step. It's amazing how this game can ebb and flow like that.
Golf is just such a mental game. Just getting a little bit of confidence from a short made putt for par or this big save for par. You kind of really turn things around.
And you never know when the turning point's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. This looks good right here.
Could it be right here for Hyojookim? Avoids consecutive bogeys and still at 2 over.
And you were mentioning about Nelly having, a great short game along with all the other, assets that she's got. It kind of reminds you statistically of although Scheffler's you wouldn't consider him a power player, but I mean, there's just no weakness in his game. And when, Nelly's now this year in full flight because we've known that this is always there where there's no holes in her game at all.
I do think it's a good comp, though, Tripp. Their games and their careers have had a lot of similarities.
Yeah, exactly.
Scheffler, 20 wins, 4 majors. Nellykorda, 18 wins, 3 majors. Scheffler, statistically, one of the best drivers on the PGA Tour when you factor in accuracy. Nellykorda right there as well. To the third. Approach shot for Minjeelee.
She didn't love it, but really not a terrible leave. Even kind of hit it into a nice little valley portion of the green, so it shouldn't be a too challenging putt coming back either.
Nasahataoka also playing from the fairway.
Yeah, only 133 yards, but did not like it. The one-handed finish really turned out a lot better than I think she was anticipating, just based on her reaction.
Give us a look at the third hole, Amanda.
Just a little bit of a bend to the right on this par 4, 411 yards. Left side is definitely the better angle to approach this green. You just have to head over the bunker off the tee, but it's also a very shallow green from front to back. A big bunker wrapping around, protecting the entire bunker.
Wind's starting to freshen into the face a little bit. This is going to be right again, guys. This is going to miss into the right rough. And that rough over there is high.
Tripp, that's the fourth time we've seen her with the one-handed finish where she fans it to the right with the driver.
And I saw her making some rehearsal swings, and she's getting ready to do it again, where it's that club is getting narrow, and she's losing her width, and it's getting behind her, and that's why she's underneath a little bit, and the face is staying slightly open. She's just not on top of the ball. The good news for her is it's not there, and she's still even par.
Hyojookim.
Yep, this one's perfect. Just down the left center. And Hannah's just really played a really nice round. It's just a little sloppy on that last second shot. Setting up for a little fade. It's not fading, but it'll be fine.
She's managed her game well because she's only hit 4 out of 10 fairways, but she is under par.
Well, it seems like the misses too are just kind of like that, just a few yards or even just a few feet.
Big difference if you're missing by 2 yards versus missing by 15 or 20. Lottiewoad from the fringe. Perfect pace.
Oh, yeah, that was a really well-judged lag putt across the green.
We'll go ahead and tap it in.
From 24 feet, 11 inches. Really had to play that far out to the left, and wow.
On the money. Watch out if the putter joins the party for Nasahataoka. She's 2 under.
I get to see one of those long birdie putts fall.
Something about U.S. Women's Opens when they're played in the state of California. Runner-up 5 years ago at Olympic in the Bay Area. Then at 23 was T4 at Pebble Beach. What's she going to do this week in Southern California at Riviera? Well worth another look. Similar distance, other side of the hole for Minjeelee from 21 feet out.
NASA's had just so much break to it. This should not have a ton of break. Just back up the hill. How'd she give it there? Oh, just not enough speed, so it lost the line.
But a clean card through 12 and 1 under. We'll cruise over to the fourth par 3. Gabby Lopez just birdied the first. Dream start for her at 6 under. Karis Davidson, Allie Ewing share a second at 3 under, 3 back. Nasahataoka now in 4th. Part of that big group of players at 2 under par, including Asterisk Tally.
Oh, and Gabby Lopez gets going too. The fist pumps. Oh, she can do a real good fist pump. She gets excited.
Maria Jose Marin. Paula Francisco Leano, also the amateur at 1 under par. And minjeelee at 1 under has her among the top 10. Nellykorda out of the rough on 3, Trip.
Yeah, well, the line's good. It's actually sitting up 152. This is an 8-iron. Really high. Oh, it's a good-looking club if it's the right one.
Oh, just
Yeah, that's
absolutely
coming out of the rough.
massive. Wow, Trip. That was a huge bounce.
Well, you got to be in the fairway. It's just that simple.
But yeah, Trip, you also wonder at a certain point, when are you going to start playing for these jumpers? Because she missed long on 3, missed long on 2, on 1 also missed long.
Well, what's tough is that there's not a ton of green to really work with. I mean, if you play too much shorter, that's where these bunkers are going to come into play and gobble up the golf ball.
Now, this is a 7-iron here for Hannah. Lie really good as well. Much better angle than Nelly had. Now, let's see if that one holds.
And it does. Able to put more spin on that one. Because of the lie, and she's got to look at birdie.
.148's her number. Kim's number to the flag. I'm sure she's between a 7 and an 8 because the wind is coming up right now just a little bit.
Light control.
7. Yeah, it's the same club Hannah hit. Just a little bit of wind starting to come off the Pacific Ocean, which is where it tends to come from this time of year when this layer burns off. That's just left of the hole.
Huge first hop.
Back edge.
Barely off the back edge. Gabby Lopez, round of the day, shaping up 6 under through 10. She's leading right now, round 1 of the U.S. Women's Open. Korda, back of the stance.
Ball sitting down just a little bit.
Was playing for it to move from right to left, and the plan on paper and the shot she executed were 2 different things. So she's got hair inside 9 feet for par. We'll see what Hyojookim learned from that. She's going with putter.
Yeah, I mean, her lie's much better than Nelly's. There's a lot of zoysia to putt through there. I don't know about this choice, but there seems like a lot of things could happen. It looks like it was the right choice.
Good run. Par 3 4th, Nasahataoka.
That pin really tucked on the right side. Oh, well judged.
Giving herself another look. Back 1 on the 3rd. Hyojookim tap for par. Hannahgreen for another birdie.
Really good spot to putt from back up the hill. Should move to the right. Looks good right there. Oh, my.
Slid to the right last second.
That was a really good line. Maybe just a little bit firmer would have held its line. I liked that pace.
Trip, another par putt for Korda in that 6 to 10 foot range.
Yeah, and, you know, these are the ones that she's been very proficient with in 26 compared to 25. And, you know, these things add up. Thing is, her speed has just been much more consistent this year. It seemed like it was off on these putts in 26. And there's the case right there.
She'll lose one on 3. Korda, 1 over.
Well, to Tripp's point, last year, Nelly's long putts really would blast and pass, and she'd get really kind of hesitant, been much more consistent. Now Minjeelee on the par 3, 4th, doesn't look like she likes it.
Friendly hop onto the green. Although that's starting to move further and further away from the hole. And here's Lottiewoad. Iron game has been suspect today.
And that can be really frustrating as a player. I mean, she's 6th on tour in greens and regulation, so that's the part of the game that she kind of leans on, that she's, okay, I know my iron play is going to hold up. It just hits that little ridge to push it farther away from the pin.
First par 3 on the front side here at the par 3 4th, Amanda.
Yeah, Ben Hogan called this hole the greatest par 3 in America. And have some nice little shot options based on how players want to approach the hole. If they run it up on the right, if they want to fly it in. The whole green, though, does move from right to left, just kind of sloping down the entire way. And we saw that with our featured groups. Just hit a little bit to the left, and the ball just keeps trucking farther away from that tucked right pin position.
Playing over par for the field in this first round. 3.146 scoring average. Korda and company on the tee waiting. Seen some good crowds out there found the world #1 nellykorda. There's the 18th with that clubhouse in the background, old school design where you have that really short walk that we saw from the clubhouse to the first tee, and then the 18th green ends up right there as well, the walk up the hill, and you're on the patio overlooking the entire property at Riviera. These two players, 7 combined wins worldwide in 2026. On the green, Lottiewoad for birdie.
41 feet left in this putt. Should be moving left to right a little bit. You can see the slope of the green. She really hit that hard. It judged very well.
Hard to score when you got birdie putts from outside 40 feet. It's been the type of day for lottiewoad. Minjeelee, they have measured at 30 feet, nasahataoka at 18. What's the mental prep like when you're gearing up for a U.S. Women's Open?
You always try a little bit to. You hear players say it all the time. Oh, I'm going to treat this as a normal tournament. You know, one shot, one hole at a time. Go through my routine. But there is that added pressure. There's a little bit of extra practice. You see players who maybe don't have as many practice rounds normally have that extra practice round. I was tracking really well, just doesn't get up high enough. A lot of, I'd say a lot of extra practice around the greens. Is practice rounds throwing a ton of balls, different chip shots, getting a feel for the roll of the green, how quick they are.
How do you recalibrate the expectations as that's a two-putt par for Minjeelee? We're normal week on the LPGA Tour. If it's a 54-hole event, 18 to 20 under could win. A good round, you're shooting 68, 69. Good round in the U.S. Women's Open could be 2 to 3 shots higher.
So I preferred it. I preferred the scores to be higher because then I felt if I did make a bogey or maybe a putt for birdie didn't fall, I'm not falling behind to the field. Like, okay, everyone's birdieing this hole or going on birdie stretches. Being able to be a lot more patient. And mentally, I preferred that type of golf.
And it was 20 years ago you were tied for the low amateur, finishing T10?
20 years ago? Ugh.
2006 U.S. Women's Open?
Yes, I was 7 when I did that.
As that'll miss on the right side for Hataoka.
It was a very cool experience. It was in Rhode Island, and I was paired with Meg Mallon and Hillary Lunke the first 2 rounds, and they do a big introduction on the first tee. You know, Meg Mallon, 2004 U.S. Open winner, Hillary Lunke, 2003 U.S. Open winner, and then from Scottsdale, Arizona, Amanda Bowman-Hurst. It was very humbling, having just come off my freshman year of college, but it was an awesome experience.
Lottiewoad for par. They would have said U.S. Women's Amateur champ, but that happened a couple of years later in 2008.
And that's when Annika won, but it was still an 18-hole playoff. So Pat Hurst and Annika ended up playing 18 holes on Monday to decide the winner.
Okay, Tripp, paint the picture for us on the 4th.
Well, they got a really difficult hole location, but they were kind with the tee location. They moved it up a box. But where this flag is going to be really hard to keep it in that area. Everything slopes hard right to left. I do like this right tee better than the old tee was about 20 yards to the left of where they are now. And, you know, you had to hit more across the green than you do now. Now you're hitting, but you still want to aim to the right because anything right of this green will kick down to the left. That's a 6-iron on the way. Just left of the flag. If it's enough club, could be good.
Oh, really good.
Yeah, she kept it in that area.
That's what Tripp's talking about, though. Anything just a little bit left, everything just feeds so far from right to left, or hard from right to left.
Same club for Hannah, 6-iron. Yeah, she's pulled this and it's working left. It should keep riding the slope, get further from the hole.
See it.
And it does.
I almost think you almost take the pin out of your mind, you know, and just really focus. Okay, mostly straight in. Trying to land it as close to that 45, 47. Just a natural shot.
Finelli going a little run these last 6.
Yeah, well, here's a 7-iron. So one more. And Jason said take the pin out of your mind. So she's not trying to get it anywhere near that. My guess is she's going right with that club, and she is. Now this could be good right here. If it does what it should do. No, too high.
Pretty far short.
Yeah, that was the game plan, was to hit it out to the right, have it jump, but it just,
Pretty far right.
yeah, you could hear him pretty far right.
Yeah. Trying.
Over to the 5th. Hataoka on the tee.
No, perfect drive and still trucking.
Good one there by Hataoka. Minjeelee. Has been a machine off the tee, 11 for 11. Lottiewoad at 3 over on the day.
A really big swing.
That's the old school reverse C finish.
Yes. Might have been a little bit anger in that swing, too. Bogey's out of my mind.
Bogey for Gabby Lopez on the second at 5 under, leading by 2. How do you read the leaderboard so far in this morning wave, Amanda?
It's great. It's a great mix of amateurs, but also you have the major champions like a minjeelee right there as well. Roning Yin is going to be a player to watch out for. Ingrid Lindblad is a great story. After having success coming out of LSU, really kind of on the opposite, that took a mental toll on her, where she had to find her love of the game again. She was putting so much pressure on herself, so interested to see how she plays Women's US Open this year.
Korda's second, aiming way out to the right, Trip.
Yeah, well, she needs to, and it's sloping all away from her. It's just so hard to bounce it into this Kikuya. It just is not predictable. But watch how much this rolls.
Wow.
I tell you what, that turned out
Yes.
so much better than I thought it was.
Trip, I thought she left it in the fringe. I didn't think it was getting maybe barely to the green.
I'm right here with you. I'm standing right here, and I didn't think it was going to get that far. But, you know...
Yeah, we're watching a replay, and it just goes through the fringe, and it looks like that's exactly how she played it. She knew exactly how quick it was going to be.
But I think that's why she tried to land her shot there. I think it was just the wrong club, because, you know, if that carries another couple of yards in the air, her tee shot does exactly that.
Addressing the shoes again.
Cinch 'em
Wow,
in.
does she have a third pair? I don't know. I'll have to ask her.
Cross-country birdie putt for Hannahgreen.
Yeah, this is a common area. I just cannot see getting anything close to this hole location today. The only thing going for the players is starting to get back into the wind a little bit, but very slow back up the hill.
That works.
$164 yards.
Hyojookim for birdie.
Yeah, her putt's much straighter, kind of coming back straight up the slope. Oh boy, that leaves a lot to be desired there.
I think it's hard. That putt was hard for the players to really commit to hitting it super firm. You saw Hannah's putt. She hit that really hard and did roll by, but to get yourself to commit to hitting it up that hill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful Redan style hole, and you know, they have a beautiful set of par threes here. I love, they're all so different, but very challenging in you know, every one of them. And she can't keep giving herself putts like this if she wants to contend on Sunday. She's gonna need to start getting a little bit offensive. Yeah, you can't have that length consistently for par at Riviera and expect to run the tables.
Another blemish on the scorecard.
And even with someone like Hyojoo, she leads the tour in putting average, putts per green regulation. That's just for a very long round of golf. That's the length that you're looking at to save par hole every single hole.
And now Nelly's par putt is more difficult than the one she had on the last hole, although it's about the same length. This has a lot of break to the left. Just one of those ones that you will have practiced. You've got to know at Riviera you're going to have, if you've got 6-7 footers, you're going to have somewhere you got to get it out of the hole a good bit.
Yeah, really nice.
Korda stays off, another bogey. It's shaking her head. It's been the type of round where she's had to grind over so many par putts. These keep her with an eyesight of even par. Korda 1 over through 13. Hannahgreen to stay on the right side of par.
Again, just the opposite side of where Nelly putted. Got to get this, I think, outside left edge and let it fall right.
Good 2-putt. From deep for Hannahgreen. Fifth fairway, Hataoka.
Oh, she hit that up nice and high. Oh, just catches that. Rough, a little bit left of her target.
Short-sided, we'll have a little green to work with. Day one in Southern California. Gabby Lopez, a 2-shot lead. Third shot for Nasahataoka at the 5th. She's played her way on the first page of the leaderboard. Good touch. That was a bit earlier. Now lottiewoad for birdie.
Oh, that's looking really good. It's got to get there. Oh, perfect line.
Minjeelee's birdie putt on the way.
I played that pretty conservative. Didn't want to be too aggressive.
Hannah Green's T-ball on 5.
Just catches that right rough. She's missed the fairways that she's missed today. We said this earlier, just have been hardly misses. We've gotten herself into a ton of trouble.
Nellykorda. Started up the left side and cut back into the fairway.
No, really good position. You can see Hannah's ball that got caught in the rough, how much farther back it is.
Good up and down. From the green back to the tee, Hyojookim.
A rare missed fairway.
Woad's par putt. We got that at 3.5 feet back of the cup.
Yeah, let's put in with some authority.
And Minjeelee for par. Still bogey free through 14 holes. Trip, what do we got with Hyojookim second?
Well, she's got 6 iron. Ball's sitting down. So playing for the tumble. The wind is definitely up there a little bit in it hurting the players straight in. Yeah, this is low. She's counting on it tumbling. Yeah, she did a really good job there out of that lie. If it stops.
It's a huge feed off too, that massive runoff. But she kept it up on the green. Really smart too, aimed well to the right, the fatter part of the green.
Now green's got 7 iron. Oh, this is trying to turn, and it's getting better.
Comes up a half club short and left, but not too bad a spot.
And Nelly's got 8 iron.
She's due to stick one.
Oh, George, are you prophetic?
So are you calling it?
Because this is right at it.
You just got to get her in the fairway. This is a lot easier from here.
Puts the charge into the gallery around the 5th hole. Pop by the 6th. A unique par 3 with a bunker in the middle of the green. Hannahgreen.
Definitely one of the holes that I was really looking forward to seeing the players tackle this week.
Second up, Minjeelee. Wonder how often that bunker's going to be a play on 6. That's short and rolling further away from the hole off that false front. That just happened, and now lottiewoad.
A really good shot. Use the slope coming off the bunker to feed it even closer.
All right, what do you think of this hole? You don't see a
love
bunker
it.
in the middle of the green too often.
Oh, I think it's so cool. And what I love about the bunker in the middle is what George Thomas said. He wanted to eliminate the obvious target, which is the center of the green. Players are having to be so much more precise than practical. And we saw the precision from Lottie hitting it in that right short quadrant. But players definitely, it could be interesting. You're going to chip over the bunker, putt around it if it comes to that. Really fun hole to watch, and wonder how the players feel to play it. If they love it or if they think, oh, this bunker right in the middle of the green.
In the whole location where that really comes into play, and you can see some brutal and creative shots, is back left.
Absolutely.
I remember years ago, Tiger Woods' return, when he was playing at Riviera and back left hole location, and he's front right, ends up putting it into the bunker, and then had to get up and down to salvage a bogey. And I was thinking, that has to be, of all the years I've worked at Golf Channel, the only time I've seen Tiger Woods putt into a bunker in his career.
You ever think of the stats on that hole? The hit the green regulation, then just put it into bunker, not having to chip.
You asked for the stats, and you've received them. 4th easiest hole, and that's because it's a front hole location today and just playing 152. Hannahgreen, a long birdie putt from just short of the 5th.
A really nice speed, just hit a little bit higher than needed, but well paced. Anna's had quite a few of those really good long lagged putts.
Hyojookim for birdie. Trip.
Yeah, very lucky to be to stay up here. Now putt that's going to break to the left. It's downhill the whole way. Now, Nelly is on the correct side of the hole, because this putt, if she had the same length on the other side of the hole, it'd be a much harder putt. But this is back up the slope, breaking gently left to right. I like her chances. And George Stradamus, you picked it out there in the fairway.
She's got to make the putt, though, Trip.
You're right. Got to pay it off. I like her chances, though.
Quite a bit of break on it.
Grazes the edge.
It's a tough putt for a right-handed player. Just feels like you have to putt across your body to get it started far enough to the left.
Good opportunity, but it'll be a 2-putt par for Nellykorda. Minjeelee from the front of the green on 6th, just chopping it out to a few feet. Par saver for Hyojookim on 5.
Oh, yeah. This is nature-full attention on this one.
She's going the wrong direction. 3 bogeys her last 5 holes now at +4.
And just not having any easy pars. There's nothing easy about her round right now. Now Hannah just about a half foot closer.
Been impressive. She has managed her misses well. Hannahgreen at 1 under. Hole ahead. Nasahataoka. One last look at the hole. And her birdie putt. Rolling out. Swinging from left to right. Played that too high.
That's where that little bunker really can come into play, can push everything, make it break, and Nasa played a lot of break off of that bunker and didn't quite turn as much as she thought. She also hit it pretty firm. She can take out a lot of the break. There's 7 feet left to save par.
lottiewoad from above the hole.
Yeah, she has this aimed so far out to the right. It's also going to be very quick coming off that bunker.
Has yet to make a birdie today. This from inside 20 feet. Bunch of pars and 3 bogeys, and that's why she's 3 over with 3 to go. The Riviera Country Club, first time playing host to the U.S. Women's Open. Gabby Lopez, 5 under through 13. Now we have 3 players at 3 under par, and an amateur at 2 under with a share of 5th. Minjeelee having a U.S. Women's Open type of round. 1 birdie, the rest pars.
She's playing right now how you look back on Champions, where it's just a very consistent round. Not really doing anything wrong. Just playing almost boring golf down the middle of the fairway, on the green, 2-putt. Taking advantage of that 1 par 5, where then she could light it up a little bit later.
Korda.
That's a 7-iron on the way. A really good looking line.
Another good-looking iron shot. Hyojookim. Last of the 3, all 3 on the green. All 3 will have quick birdie putts. One of these signature holes at Riviera Country Club, but it's such a good design, you really can't just pick one. Gabby Lopez, the leader in Southern California. Tripp, how would you characterize this 6th green?
Unique. Nothing like it. The beauty of it is it basically makes it like 2 different par 3s. When it's in the back, behind the bunker, and in the left, it's just like that being its own separate par 3. And obviously a bunker in the middle of the green. You just don't see that, but I think it's much easier when the hole's over here on the right than when it's in the way back left. It's just hard to make a 2 here. This putt very fast. Not much break in it though. Her speed has just been very inconsistent all day.
I know as a player, when you had U.S. Open speed putts, what Hyojoo is doing, it's very easy to do. It's so easy to get very hesitant because you know that if you give it kind of a really firm strike, that's when it can blast past, and all of a sudden there's a 6-foot putt coming back to save par or even try to scramble for a bogey. So when putts are that fast, it's easy to kind of do what Hyojoo is doing instead of even maybe pick a spot 3 feet out and just hit that really firm.
Now, Hannah, I expect this one to have a chance. It's pretty straight, downhill. These are the kind that if you just get it started on your line, you just feel like it could have a chance. Always love to have these kind of putts for birdie. She got it on line. Is it enough speed? You can see how fast they're respecting the speed.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect. I had a teammate that would yell, "In the jaws!" It was in the jaws. And that's the only thing I can ever think of when I see a putt left right there.
The pained cries of a putt left short. Can Nelly capitalize here?
Oh, I think so. I mean, if anything, hers might move a little more right than the other two. They were more straight down the hill. But again, this is just get it started, maybe left edge, and this goes right in the middle. But you do have to watch, you know, it could easily run 3 feet by. That looks pretty good right there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that looks so good.
Took a peek at it, wouldn't fall.
It just was a little bit of a misread, but she hit that so well. That was hit on the line she wanted, with the pace she wanted.
Back-to-back holes, birdie putts 15 feet and in for nellykorda, and it's 2 straight pars at 5 and 6, so she's still at 1 over on the round. Seems like every hole we catch up with Nasahataoka, she's playing from the middle of the fairway. Here at 7. Oh, riding the ridge, back towards the hole. How good is that ground draw?
It's absolutely perfect. You could not have drawn that up better than that.
5 feet from the stick. Now Minjeelee.
161 yards. We learned a little bit of something from Nasa. She decided to take it a little bit more straight on, different ways to attack this pin.
Minjee leading the field in driving accuracy, 12 for 12 today.
When you're clear, we'll fix the sticks.
Good right here?
They're all walking. Yeah, they're all right here.
Beautiful, yeah.
Do you want
It's cool this morning. They're saying if once the marine layer burns off, it could be 75 degrees later this afternoon. Hannahgreen. That's why she was leaning. That's going to miss right.
Really good.
And nellykorda in flight. Going with 3-wood and in the fairway.
And that layer is starting to burn off, George. It's just starting to, it's starting to peek through. Wind's starting to pick up just a little bit. Should be a nice afternoon here at Riviera.
Well played by Hyojookim.
A little exhale there. I don't think she's used to missing so many fairways. She had a little stretch of missed fairways.
And we heading to break. Where do you think the lead is at the end of the day?
I'm going to go 4 under.
Okay. Right now, Gabby Lopez at 5. Day 1 at Riviera Country Club. Minjeelee already 2-putted for par on 7. Lottiewoad from 9 feet for her par. Good roll by Woad.
And she's not playing the best that she knows that she can play, but she has saved a lot of really important par putts to keep herself in it. You never know, the next couple holes and rounds of golf.
Her expectations, though, had to be sky high. Coming
Oh,
off a
100%.
win, and then you're heading to the U.S. Women's Open. Nasahataoka has 5 feet to get to 2 under.
George, it's little putts like that. Why she hasn't won a women's U.S. Open or hasn't won a major yet. She has 7 wins on the LPGA Tour, and it's just so solid from tee to green.
Let's go back to the fairway.
This is a 7-iron for Hannah-Green. Good lie in the rough. Really sitting up. She has not had really any bad lies when she has missed the fairway. Been really crisp with her irons.
Doesn't like that one.
Not that one.
She's only hit 4 fairways today, but really hasn't gotten herself into any trouble.
Ball well above Nelly's feet. 160's the number. Very small 7-iron, and oh my, this is awful. This is way right.
Two big misses from Green and Korda.
Normally, balls will pull to the left with the ball above your feet. Just didn't hit that very solid, trying to keep it to the right.
Now, Kim, absolutely perfect. This is 9-iron, 146 to the flag. This left of it should be pretty good, though.
Yeah, absolutely perfect position to leave herself. Pep talk to her putter there. Come on, let's make something. Now to Minjee.
This was a question mark coming into this week. Split fairway. Which fairway would players use? Minjeelee doesn't even look at it. That's been a common theme today. She is 13 for 13. At least on the PGA Tour, it can lead to some decision making. But are we going to see most players go up the right side this week, Amanda?
Well, so left is definitely the more aggressive play, and can help cut off the distance. But yes, more conservative will be to play it off to the right of the fairway. But it will be interesting to see if it is a mixed bag. Maybe even just what suits a player's eye. Okay, I hit more of a draw. I'm actually going to want to go on the left part of the fairway or the left fairway and have a better angle into the green. And then once you get to the green, the entire green complex, and you can see even that false front really falls off to the right side. So keeping it up the left is important as well. Lottie also choosing to hit it up the right.
Yep.
The talk coming into the week was maybe there wouldn't be as much variance between the two fairways at the U.S. Women's Open. Those first two in the fairway to the right. And it looks like same game plan for Nasahataoka. All three in the fairway. Is this going to be tough for Hannah Green or pretty straightforward trip?
No, this is very difficult. Ball's on a little bit of a downslope. She's got to hit it up in the air, hit it like a little flop shot. She went for the spinner. All in all, that's decent. You just had to take short out, which she did.
What's the story for Nelly?
Well, she's off a upslope. That helps. The lie's decent. And the green just slopes straight away from her. So I expect a big, high, lofted shot that lands just on the green. And it should trickle out. But this is time for the old Flopodopoulos. Yeah, she went safe as well. That kind of jumped out on her there.
So again, we'll have her back against the wall with a par putt. Hyojookim, the only one on the green in regulation.
Yeah, she played the hole properly. I don't know if she's necessarily away. It may be Nelly. I don't know if Nelly lost her turn. Yeah, I think it's going to be Nelly. You know, the one thing about the great players is even when they're struggling, you could never tell it. They don't show outward signs of anger or frustration. And you know she's got to be frustrated a little bit with the way she's played today. It's just been too many sloppy missed shots. And you just can't keep leaning on her great short game, which it is great. But you just, in a U.S. Open, have to make things a little simpler. She's going to need to start finding a few more fairways if she's going to have a chance to win this. This putt will be a little bit of a double breaker. Left early and back right at the hole.
Will be another bogey for Korda. Second shot, eighth fairway, woad.
168 yards. A really big bounce. Still catches that fringe. False front.
Yeah, gets repelled by that false front on 8. Back to 7. Hyojookim birdie effort.
And a putt that's going to be downhill the last third of it. And it's going to break to the right pretty much the entire way. Might straighten out at the end.
Oh, but also had a lot of speed. It hit the bottom of the cup.
When you're 4 over, you're just...
Go for it. Let's make this putt.
Going for a free roll. That was motoring for birdie. Got this at 10 feet for Hannah Green's par.
Yeah, downhill the whole way. It's going to be a very fast putt.
Yeah, just a couple beautiful putts.
Pretty par save. Minjeelee's approach up to 8. Also short.
And that's the tougher angle coming in from that right fairway. It's a much harder approach shot.
Now nasahataoka. Ended a nearly 3-year winless drought on the LPGA Tour at the Toto Japan Classic in her home country last fall. And that ends up middle portion of the green. The ever-evolving leaderboard at the U.S. Women's Open. At one point, Gabby Lopez had it to 6. She's slipping up a bit. Now at 4 under through 15. Still a great round, but the lead won over 3 players. At 3, you had said 4 would be leading at the end of the day. I wonder if that number will be posted in the morning versus the afternoon.
Well, we're starting to see that wind pick up. You can see it off of Hyojoo's shirt in the last putt that she made. It's starting to pick up.
Yeah, and the sun's starting to peek through. And the one thing about her, she could easily pick either fairway. She's not going to miss either one of them, you would think, as accurate as she hits it. This one down the right. And, yep, just stays in. That'll be nice. You know, it's amazing that this rough is some of the lowest I've ever seen at any men's or women's U.S. Open, but it's just as penal as when it's really thick, because it gives you opportunities, but then you can't hold these greens when you're in it. So we've seen it today. When these players are in the rough, they end up making bogeys more often than not. And that one's just fine.
You know, or someone like Hannah Green, who's then just missing the fairways, really having to work hard to save those pars, you know, not able to go for a birdie.
Well, Nelly's miss has been to the right. You don't want to do that when you're going down this right fairway. And that one should be absolutely ideal.
You know, what's really impressed me today with Nelly is she did have those, I can think of 4 really missed tee shots to the right, one-handed finishes, but it's so easy to overcook it and almost like have a low hook to try to change something on the golf course, and she hasn't done that.
Minjeelee. Delicate third to 4 feet. Got one round in the books today. Allison Lee, a 1 under 70 already signed for. Field scoring average north of 73 for this, the first round of the U.S. Women's Open. Our feature group coverage is brought to you by American Express. What you expect to see at the U.S. Women's Open. 81st time they're contesting this championship, first time at the Riviera Country Club. Minjeelee played from a similar spot, put it to 4 feet. Lottiewoad gets her first birdie of the day and doesn't even have to use the putter.
That's a way to do it. Help the putting stats a little bit.
Had to wait until her 17th hole of the day. And how that changes things. +2 going to your last hole. Maybe you find one more, sign for 72. So that happened while we were in break. Nasahataoka. Her birdie putt on the way. Waiting back in the fairway, Hyojookim after the birdie the previous hole. Nasahataoka did go on to tap in for par. Breeze doing much here, Trip?
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to pick up. Like every day here, it's as soon as that June gloom, as they call it, starts to burn off, the wind picks up. This is a 7-iron on the way from Hannah, ball well above her feet. She started out well out to the right, and it's trying to turn and getting better.
That'll play.
I would imagine this is a 7 for Hoju as well. Eight iron signal I just got. Wind is helping, so that makes sense. Really don't want to go over this green at all. This is kind of low, and again, smart play.
And that's the ridge that Hannah was kind of hoping to grab a little bit more to get it slightly closer to the flag.
This is a 9-iron for Nelly, 143 again, ball above her feet, not near as severe as what she had on the previous hole. Oh, this looks good if it's the right club.
Little front ridge, kind of false front, stopped it from getting really close. But has a look at birdie.
Lottiewoad back towards the clubhouse, her last hole of the day on the 9th.
Yeah.
Nice swing with the driver. There's the season versus today. Will she go a perfect 14 for 14? Easy game.
She's made it look very easy today. It doesn't look like she's playing a U.S. Open course. Just put it in perfect spots all day.
And she's made Nasahataoka look inaccurate by comparison. Hataoka's only missed 2 fairways. She's 11 for 13. She's also been putting on a stripe show off the tee.
Nasa is 9th in strokes gained off the tee. She's not a big girl. The height is not her advantage, but she hits it really far for her height. Just 38th in tour and distance.
Averages more than 270. She's just outside the top 25 in driving accuracy, so fairly long and accurate is a good combination.
I'll take that.
Trip, what do we have back on 8?
Well, we got 3 pretty good looks at birdie here. The putts that don't have a lot of break in them, they don't have to worry about speed really getting away from them. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to see one of these go in. Now, which one? I might leave that up to you there, George.
I'll pivot it over to Amanda.
So I feel like you can also have the conductor's curse, where I'm going to pick one and then it's going to be the other. Hannah's pace has been so good. Feels like when she has missed the putts, it just has been burning those edges. I like this angle too.
Another one where the pace is good. Now, Nelly's putt, you mentioned just into that slope, and that carried another, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet. She would have a really simple, about 8-9 footer, but she does have a little bit of that crown to deal with as the putt starts, but it will move to her right. She's hit some really good-looking putts that just have not gone in from, that she's had for birdie.
Been a trying day for the world number one.
Oh, that's going to miss right.
I'm curious, and she taps that in for par with the shoes, and there was she's 2 over, 1 hole to go. She had Instagram storied a message to LeBron. They were a special edition of her normal shoes, LeBron related. She said they were feeling loose. Was she wearing those in the practice rounds? Or is this like a collab or something where she assumed they'd fit the same, hadn't tested them? It's like, well, how are you doing that in a major? So that's going to be one of the questions if she talks to the media after. Had you been wearing these during the practice rounds?
I would hope that they had been used a couple times.
But then how do you not know that they're loose? That's hyojookim.
It sounded like to me, George, she does this often. So it sounds like that it's one of those things that she says, I'm very picky with the shoes. It sounded like it was nothing unusual for her.
Interesting.
So her trainer is, I gotta go right into the clubhouse.
So as I'm trying to rile up Shoegate, Trip Eisenhower's not having anything. That was his story. It was on the 7th hole of her day, the 16th, that she unlaced the shoes she had been wearing and put these on. So they're the more comfortable fit. Had her trainer run back to the locker room, grab her other pair. Hannahgreen, that's par. The 9th will serve as their last hole of this opening round of the U.S. Women's Open. Amanda?
Yeah, back up the hill towards that amazing clubhouse. And it's going to play everything a little bit longer. Right now, 417 yards. And what's really important is to keep just an eye out for those bunkers that are framing this green. Can prove to be also challenging chip shots. If anyone goes long, you can see how there's a big bank. Anything long is trouble. Let's keep it short. Below the hole is key.
The green not quite clear yet. But it will be Minjeelee playing first. Yamashita, par putt for a 1 over 72. Rattles it in. 72 1 over, but beating the field scoring average by a shot.
Yeah, I think pitching 25 might just put a couple past it, but that's still fine. But that's still fine. It's only 4.
Yeah, sure. What's the thing? 27?
Yep.
25. 10, 20.
Before.
With the uphill nature of this hole, you can hear them discussing that the ball should actually stop pretty nicely. And that's exactly what it did. Lottie 130 yards, slightly back uphill. I'd like to repeat what Minjee just did. 2 birdies in a row. Oh, rinse and repeat.
Couple good ones. Kanasa throwing in there even closer. Three in a row.
Those will be 3 really good looks to end their round.
They go up. We'll go back. Hyojookim still has the honor. First up on the tee.
Yeah, this is the tee shot. You just really got to watch that left bunker for sure. And don't want to be in that because I don't think you can get it above the lip and get it to the green. Such a deep bunker. This is going nowhere but in the middle of the fairway.
That's a good one by Hyojookim.
What wind is there is helping.
Pretty amazing. Hannahgreen's under par, and it's hit 5 out of 13 fairways.
Well, she's hit 6 out of 14. I do think Nelly will probably have a little bit of range time after this round, tighten things up, but would love to end it with 3 good shots here. And that's right at that left bunker. That could be trouble.
Avoids everything, and it's in the fairway.
Took a really good aggressive bounce forward.
Got some real chase for nellykorda. About that, new leader at the top at 4 under. Back on the 9th, Nasahataoka for birdie and around to 269.
She hit that so soft, and wow. Great pace.
What a strong start for the 2021 U.S. Women's Open runner-up. Heck of a round from Nasahataoka. Lottiewoad to close with another birdie. She knew it right away.
Yeah, she stood up pretty quickly, knowing she just did not hit that high enough. So it's quite a bit of pace.
Going to change battery.
Hyojookim and her caddy crunching the numbers back in the fairway. Back to the green. Minjeelee, 7 feet 10 inches to match Nasahataoka with a 69.
Kept her head down really well. Oh, just catches that corner. Beautiful round of golf for Minjee.
Those two tie the low rounds posted so far. Good playing by the U.S. Women's Open champ from 4 years ago, Minjeelee.
And there's really something to be said of having just that past experience of having been there. Obviously, she just won the KPMG Women's PGA last year, but having won a Women's U.S. Open before, a little bit, I've done it. I know how to handle the nerves.
And that was a grind of a week in Frisco where 4 under won it. She won by 3. It almost had U.S. Women's Open type scoring. Lottiewoad at 2 over 73.
And for Lottie, when you're playing with two players that shoot 69, you kind of feel, it feels a lot higher than a 73.
Reverse it to the fairway, Trip.
Yep, 144. Wind is helping out of the left. It's enough now that you need to start factoring it in. This is left. Might catch the green. Yeah. That's going to leave a speedy one there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can see the shine from this angle. It's going to be very quick.
She's laughing, knowing that's going to be a pain. A 2-putt for par from there.
132 for Hannah. This is a 9-iron. I'd imagine this is not a big one. Yeah, that's a good shot right there. .116 for Nelly, gap wedge. Oh, this is just right of it. Needs to carry a little bit. Yep.
Pretty good from Korda. How do you grade Nelly's day?
The scrambling and the putting, I would give an A. The other parts of this, she just has really had to work. The driver, a D off the tee. I'm in.
Iron game, too. She only had 10 out of 18 greens.
And for someone who's second on tour in greens and regulation and is leading the tour in strokes gained from tee to green, leading strokes gained approach, you kind of expect like almost perfection as well. So definitely not her best stuff. So considering all of that, actually scoring fairly well.
Trip, what's your grade for Korda as Hyojookim pacing this off?
I'm going to give it a D+. I'll give it C-. It just, it could have been better, but she's off. I mean, and to Amanda's point, if she can make this putt, and it's not a hard putt at all, she's right there. I mean, even par. I mean, 1 over par is never that bad in these championships. So, I'm sure she's going to tighten up that swing, though. It's just been a little bit loose, and all the things she normally does well, ball striking wise, she just didn't do today. But also to Amanda's point, I mean, the putting and chipping has been very nice. She's just put herself in some spots where you just can't recover from. Now, Kim's putt is lightning fast. she'll only want to hit this probably about what you would hit about a 10-footer flat. And gravity will take over.
Yeah, she definitely hit that soft.
That's going to get there. That's well
Wow.
done. Really good.
Ideal speed. Turns that into a routine 2-putt. Taps it in. And that's a 3 over 74.
Now Hannah's on a fairly similar line, so I think she would have learned something there. And you know, the good news for her is she tightens up the driver just a little bit. The irons are really crisp. Putting's nice. I think she feels very comfortable in this spot as well. And it looks pretty good right there. Oh my, it went right very hard at the end.
I have noticed today these little subtle breaks in the greens that have really stumped the players in these featured groups, or they look like they have hitting it on the line that they want and it just breaks the opposite direction.
That's Riviera for you. I've walked off of here scratching my head many a times. And a hard place to run the tables on the greens, that's for sure. Not that it can't be done, and I think Nelly's got this one figured out. This is about a cup and a half out on the right. Should move that much to the left.
Korda waiting for it to break, and it didn't do it until after the hole. Two over for the world number one.
And she gave herself some really good looks coming in. 4 birdies that just did not fall. Overread them a little bit.
And a green under par. Good start for the Aussie with a 70. More surprised by Hyojookim or nellykorda?
Well, that's a good question. Probably Nelly. I think I was expecting a 69 out of her, just the way she's been playing just the entire season. I mentioned her headspace coming in, really confident with her game. And who knows, tomorrow she could go out and shoot 67 and be right in there. So she has the game for it, obviously, but still a surprise that we saw her overpower today.
How about with nasahataoka, minjeelee making the late birdies with a 2 under 69? They're right now just one back of where the lead is.
It shows you how hard Riviera is playing right now, but some great play from those 2 players in our featured group coverage.
It'll be fun to watch this afternoon. We're going to take a break. We got Charlie Hull, Gina Titikun, Patty Tabataniket at 4:03 Eastern, 4:14. Lydia Ko, Miles Saigo, Lauren Coughlin. Thanks for joining us. We'll have more coming up.